Welcome everybody to Good Buddy Chat with Tyler and Dustin. I forgot our names for a second. And we got special guest Jared Cullum and Zack Rosenburg on tonight. And as you can see, the part of Jared will be played by some awesome art tonight. That is beautiful as it's unfolding. So could not ask for a better intro for Jared there. So hey
Not at
guys,
all, man.
how's it going tonight, guys?
It's going great. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so
No.
much.
Thank
Oh, our
you for
pleasure.
getting me on. Yeah, Jared coming back on and bringing Zach with you. So we're super excited to get to talk about Usagi with the both of you tonight. So
Yeah, man, it's an honor to talk to you guys always, and you're so fun and easy to talk to. So it's nice to get to
You
chat
make
with
you make this fun. I want to highlight that. Like,
Yeah,
fun
it's
to
great.
talk, fun to
catch up
listen.
and- yeah,
that's the hope. I mean, that's honestly
Yeah.
because again, like we always say, like we're not an interview, we're not grilling anybody. Like we just want to have a friendly chat with people and just get to talk about the stuff we're all passionate about. So
Wait, this is not Hot
Absolutely.
Ones.
No,
Okay.
no.
hey, I would take that comment. Sean Evans and again Kevin
He's a
McCarthy, like
master.
those are
Yeah,
my
he's good.
inspiration for like what I want this to be. So yeah, they're so
You're
good at their
you're
job.
there. Like I watch Hot Ones on occasion. I just want to highlight. I know this is a little side tangent. Again, we're gonna probably go all over the place, and I'm excited to chat with everyone. That Conan O'Brien one is so
oh man, it's so funny.
brilliant. And as a writer and as a creator, like watch it. It's like a master class in controlling an interview in comedy. And I just got goosebumps, like just thinking of like the level of comedy that Conan O'Brien delivers.
No,
in
no,
his
no.
Hot
Is
Ones.
it's funny you say that, Zach, because Tyler is really big into Hot Ones. Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend is my favorite podcast. 'Cause
Yeah.
Conan
Yeah,
O'Brien
it's
is so
great.
he's even when he fails a joke, he still can pull it out and make it the funniest joke
Yeah.
around
Yeah,
there.
the
So
self-deprecating
just love it.
aspect, like he
Yeah,
knows
love it.
instantly like how he fails and like turns the failure into a joke is
Best
just
joke.
like
He pivots so
so
well.
brilliant.
He's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
quick to pivot. So I need to
Yeah.
watch that one. I haven't watched that specific one yet. I do need to watch that
It's
one.
really
so.
good. Yeah,
It's really
Conan's,
good,
like,
and you're just
mad.
gonna
Like,
laugh the whole time. Like,
yeah, he has crazy eyes, but like he's getting into it.
yeah,
but
it's almost
so
like,
good. It's so good.
and he brings a fake doctor, so like it just gets like it's just so I geek out. I think about it, and I'm like, I hope I can get to that caliber of like control of my craft. Like it's just yeah, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on it, Tyler. So
Like I said, Evans, like you said, they're both great at like
yeah.
leading the conversation where they wanted to go. So like you said, it'll be interesting to see Conan on like the other side, because most of the time the guests are really thrown off with the wings and stuff. But I'm sure
Yeah.
Conan is just like on
He's
top
on
of it, no
and
matter
he
what.
compliments
So,
Evans. He like
yeah.
he literally at one point's like, "You're really good at what you do," and I think he was trying to disarm him, but like
Yeah.
both of them are like masters. So it was just
So
you
good.
know, yeah.
That's so
Well,
awesome.
there's
I
a-
love that.
David Peterson channel says get them to tell the truth, and then he throws in for once. So
Wait, what truth, David?
this makes
God,
me
I'm already-
nervous. Like,
Yeah,
this is-
same here. I'm like, what truths did I don't know? You know, Like,
all lies will be revealed within the next hour. So it's
Yeah.
sure, but
No.
it's, all right, guys. I thought, gosh, me and Zach and Tyler, I feel Jared's there like, they're going to talk about Conan O'Brien and Hot
Oh
Ones
no,
for the
I
rest of
love.
the thing,
I was
so-
gonna jump in, but I didn't know if you wanted to move on. I used to love
Oh,
watching
no,
the
no.
Conan O'Brien show.
No,
My
no,
God,
take
when
it.
it was when I was younger and you'd stay up late and watch the Conan O'Brien show, like that's
Yep.
such a fun memory. It was so funny. The in the year 2000 thing and all that stuff.
oh yeah,
Gosh, yeah. Oh, who was the guy that did it in the year 2000? The one that did the guy that actually sung it. He was in the
Oh,
band. The
well,
Max
was it him or
Weinberg 7.
oh, yeah, right. I know what you're talking about.
It's like
I don't
I
remember
want
the
to say like
names, other
Mambo
than
or
Max
something.
Weinberg.
Yeah, Weinberg 7 was awesome. So
yeah.
Yeah, it
All
was
right.
so fun.
I was hoping someone in the chat would jump in and help bail me
And
out on
Simpsons
that one.
too. Last Conan O'Brien thing that he's great at was Simpsons.
Oh yeah, the monorail. Yeah, Marge versus
Yeah.
the monorail.
That monorail
Oh, God.
episode, yeah.
Thank you, David. La Bamba. There we go. That's like Mambo. I could not think of his name. I think spelled me out my lifeline. But Zach, you're unfamiliar with this part of it. You're not unfamiliar. You've probably seen this on the other show. But before we start the show, we must first open up the club. Jared is a proud alumni of this club, and now you too, Zach, are a member of the Good Buddy Club. You are officially
Oh,
Good
so
Buddy
honored.
certified.
Officially
Congratulations.
certified. Yeah.
And we're sorry.
I'm glowing. I don't know if you notice. Like I'm getting verklempt. If you know, I'm gonna pull out an old SNL reference.
Well, you'll be receiving your physical reward in the mail within 2 to 3 weeks, so you know you'll have that to hold up to.
Knowledge may vary, so we're all right. But what everybody came here to talk about, this is I couldn't be more grateful to have you two guys on 2 weeks after the release. I know we tried to do it last week, and we all had kind of some conflicting things going on. We didn't want to ask the day that we're released because we actually wanted to see the art that Jared, and we didn't want to provide any spoilers or anything. But now 2 weeks is kind of
yeah.
the
Or you
perfect
might have
sweet
seen it
spot,
and been like, "Oh God, never mind."
no. It was
Not at all.
It's such a beautiful. I mean, it's almost a book that you got to look through it first and see, take in like all the beauty of the pages, and then you get to go back and read Zach's excellent dialogue in it, and you're like, all right, this is the complete package. So, you all are the perfect team to do this, and I can see why Stan is just kind of beaming.
Yeah,
Every
I'm
time
so
he talks
excited.
about
Yeah, to have you guys
he's
on.
excited.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, man. That means so much.
Thank you. Yeah, same here. Yeah.
And I've got to give Zach credit. I brought the book out here. Pugnacious. That was a Scrabble word. I had to pull out my dictionary and look up what pugnacious meant. So
Yeah.
that one caught me off guard, but that's a good word. I like words that I'm not sure what they mean. So.
Yeah. Hey, I love that. Like a Mr. Rogers learning moment, right?
It
Like
was.
any chance
Yeah,
I have the ability to say a word that I don't get to say a lot, like by golly, I'm gonna
You're gonna
do that. And I have a colleague at my full-time job who's like probably the smartest person I know, and he'll pull out words that I'm like, I need to bring a dictionary with me to these meetings because like, oh my God, like these are the coolest
I love
words.
it.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, you go win Scrabble for me one day, and I'm have to thank you for it. But real quick, Seth had brought out a point here. Let's check out. Not only does Jared is rocking his jacket, but also
Zach as well. Yeah,
Zach as well. So. Which was awesome seeing you all day, or not day one, but the Saturday, the first day we were there for OAX, and you all were both wearing those. It was just great to see them in person because those are really nice jackets.
I actually really like it.
It's actually like a
I was gonna say that makes it better. Yeah, the fact that it is actually comfortable as well as stylish. So
they are comfortable.
It's comfortable and functional. And for folks who like don't know, and we may have talked about it in an interview we had with Stan, but like. When we made the announcement at San Diego Comic-Con last year, we had gifted the whole Dogu family like members-only jackets with the patch. Yeah. And so what was, I think, really great is like, I don't think it's great, but it was like opportunist in a way that the air AC conditioning at the show floor was like right under Stan's booth. So like he just rocked the jacket the entire like 5-day show.
That is awesome.
Like ask for like a better situation, and I hope he brings it every year just because I think they have the same placement at the convention every year.
Now I might have missed this, but what color was his jacket? Did he get? Like,
well, I tried to get the closest to Usagi's, which was like cerulean blue. So
cool. I was responding in the chat, so I don't know if I missed that or not. So
they're like they have like 12 different colors, and the closest to it was either the navy blue that Zach has or the cerulean blue. But it's like a little bit more slate like gray color than Usagi's actual jacket. But we figured if anybody was going to have the actual like cold blue, bright blue jacket, it better be him.
Well, like
Yukichi's my favorite to draw, so I immediately was like, I'm calling orange. Yeah. Even though now I have a bright orange jacket, and I'm not particularly like the personality that can pull off a bright orange jacket, but
I think it fits pretty well. So
it does. And whenever we first saw you at OAX, you had like this big grin on your face, Jared, and you were so happy. And I thought, man, he is rocking that jacket. It was perfect. So, but Carl asked, how much did you and Zach have to pay for the maintenance to blast the AC?
Yeah, fill a few bills, to the maintenance staff.
Slipped a few, comics, through hands. So
yeah. That's great. It was all about table placement, Carl. That's really who we had like show floor planner.
Get there early and climb up and hang box fans. So
it was all like a manufactured experience.
Oh, so good. Well, while we're talking and discussing kind of some of the origin, because I kind of want to know how you two met and what brought you all on, but we're going to be rotating through some of the covers for Kaito 84 and we've got all the covers, I believe, from 1 through 5.
Yep.
So just if you see the slides starting to go, guys, it's just I'm just showing everybody all this beautiful art, because you'll see Jared's cover and you'll see Stan's cover B, and then there's a guest artist for each, for it looks like for each issue. You know, leading up to number 5 was I was kind of shocked to see the guest artist for number 5, because he seems to be popping up like in every variant cover here recently, and just awesome group of artists, not just him, but everybody that Dark Horse, just incredible group that you all have compiled here. So
a lot of that goes to Justin, who curated them. I mean, we made suggestions, but like, Justin, our editor, is he's just brilliant, and he knows a lot of people and knows like good fits and things like that. So a lot of that decision making kind of went through him. So
and he was, just to tag on, he was really good about like soliciting our thoughts, right? Like even asking like who we wanted. Like
they did ask. We both picked like a handful of people, and then he picked some people. Everybody got to pick a couple people.
And everyone really kind of just wowed us. I'm just floored. You know, it's been awesome to see how people interpreted the characters. And what was awesome too is that Jared had developed this little like design guide, like PDF design guide, that really I think equipped each artist to get some sort of ground when they were thinking about their covers.
I was gonna say because again, Dustin and I kind of brought it up beforehand. Like, I'm incredibly new to Usagi. I only know really the character by name and the face. So I was curious, like you were saying, if there's, the specific setting you guys had for the year was going to be, the where it was going to take place. Like, was that all kind of part of the package that you gave, artist, or,
Yeah, essentially. I mean, in the kind of style guide for, what the character, like head heights, like basic stuff like that, color suggestions, trying to keep the jacket certain kind of color, and a certain ish shade of blue or whatever, and then the kind of car it is. Someone just called it out, but the kind of car they drive is the Volkswagen Rabbit. Stuff like that was all in the style guide. And then some of the stuff about placement, just that where the story was taking place was Osaka, and information about some options or places it could be.
Oh, that's super cool. And were most of them familiar with Usagi, or were there people who were new to him? Was like, oh, this is new for me, but totally down to, draw a cover for it.
Well, everybody I knew that did it knew Usagi. I mean, was lifelong fans. I mean, Jim Rugg, he and I live in almost the same neighborhood, and so we had talked about Usagi before, and he's been, he's like a historian for comics, so he's been a lifelong big fan of Usagi. And the only person I didn't know, and then of course David Peterson's done a lot of work for a lot of covers, just an amazing catalog of fantastic Usagi covers. And then Kim Hughes is the only one I wasn't initially familiar with, who did cover 4, but she is phenomenal, and she is just an absolute, like, I mean, she turned in so many comps, and I still am lamenting that I don't get to share it, like that we don't get to. I want to make like just a book of Kim's ideas, because
seriously,
he did like slice of life stuff, and it was like they just kept getting better one after one.
And to kind of tack on that though is like we got in these very detailed pencil layouts, and all Justin passed on from us was like, we want slice of life, because I think what Kim was attracted to was like we kind of made these comparative like Ghibli quiet moments kind of note that we wanted to capture in these covers. And when we get to it, we'll point it out and talk about it more. But the amount of ideas they sent us made it really hard for the team to decide. Like even Stan, we were all like, "What do we pick here?" There's just so many
we had to pick a top 3, all of us, and just hope that we ended up with one that got more votes, because all of us couldn't pick one. We had to pick 3 each.
That's wild.
Can I ask a real quick art question, just from someone Tyler has an art background, I do not. What is slice of life? Like, what does that mean? Whenever I've heard that said a couple of times on other shows.
Like, think of like Norman Rockwell. You ever see Norman Rockwell pictures? That would, I guess, be like Americana slice of life, but like just day in the life, kind of like mundane moments captured. So not big epic, explosions and fight scenes, but like in Kim's case, it's them picking a drink in a convenience,
Like
like a
convenience store.
convenience
Okay,
store,
good.
and like
Okay.
Yeah,
And
Maxi
or
Dollars
eating noodles
Spider-Man
somewhere.
getting the hot dog. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
things that like I think humanize
That's
these
right.
characters and
Yeah, it's like
ground
a
them.
humanizing thing.
I go back to Jared's first variant cover, and it's kind of our if anyone knows what it is, it's Usagi about to go into a shrine and he's cleansing his hands with the wooden spoon. And if you've ever been to Japan, there's this tradition where you cleanse your hands and then you take a sip of water and you spit it back out. And he drew that scene of Usagi. It's just this slice of life of
Okay.
that again like grounds the character and creates more of a more human connection, I think.
Well, that makes perfect sense, and I feel stupid for asking, but
No, it's a
No,
good
no,
question.
No.
Yeah,
Maxi had reference. We had Maxi Dallo on a few weeks ago, and he had mentioned it for some of his commissions. And I started to ask him then, and I thought, no, I'm gonna look it up when I get off, and I completely forgot. So
Yeah,
guys,
no, it's a good
thank you
question.
for helping me out. So
Yeah.
and
never
we've
a
had a
bad time to
couple.
learn something new. So
This is
Yeah.
a big question to ask 16 minutes into the show, but yeah. Will this be the start of an ongoing story like the mainline Usagi or Gru? So also please reference City Hunters. So you can say no comment. You can plead the fifth.
No,
if you want to.
look.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great question.
Or
Yeah,
go ahead,
sorry.
Zach. I answered the last one. If you want to go ahead.
I mean, the short answer is like we want it to be, and like we've been very transparent. Like Jared and I have plotted out up to 20 issues.
wow.
Oh wow.
And we have like a clear idea of where we kind of want to take. I would say this big over like arc, that kind of spans a few issues with a bunch of characters that we'll meet. Everything about even these 5 issues are super intentional, and I think just heavily discussed between Jared and the team and I. So like we see that vision, and I hope like it really depends on how the book does. Because in all honesty, and we recognize this, like Dark Horse took a big risk on us, right? We are playing with Stan's toys, the first to do so really in this way.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. And that can go like, you should have talked to us the week of, like we were nervous wrecks, like just like,
Really?
how are the fans going to respond? Are they going to hate me and, find my address and dox me? Like, I just don't know. Like, so the short answer is like we do have this very well thought out journey we want to take them, and like City Hunter and like all of these fun ways we can play with that era. Like I don't know if in the first issue people saw, but like Yukichi's not reading Shonen Jump, he's reading Shonen Leap. Like it's in like a little panel, and it's like after the Dragon Ball cover, so like the first appearance of Dragon Ball.
That's
and so
good.
like we're nerds, so we're like very much adding that layer of authenticity and like a lived in world that I hope we get to play with more.
Side research for the stuff from like manga and stuff from so like the world, it's all world building stuff that no one's ever going to see, that we've collected in idea books and sketchbooks that we have. And that was one of them. Like I have a sketchbook, which I should have probably dug out. They sort of pile up and I lose them, but I have a sketchbook of manga variations for this world, where it's like different, just a couple illustrations just to get an idea to kind of fill out the world in my imagination. But in that scene where he's got his hand on the original Dragon Ball release, Shonen Jump, above it is a Gundam, but it says Bundam, and it's microscopic. I'll show the page in a minute, but
we'll zoom in. Yeah,
it's
Bundam,
microscopic,
I love
but you can see Bundam, and there's a little bunny, but I did a sketchbook of a bunch of, just for like a warm up one day before I started drawing. Like actually drawing was just drawing as many as I could think of like Red Comet or RX-8s that are animalized or whatever. So just for fun.
Yeah, and there was a time where we were like, can we come up with like a variant cover series that are playing on like famous? So the term in Japanese called zashi. It's basically the Japanese word for magazine. And so there are a lot of like iconic zashi covers that like even I think Western audiences can recognize. And so it would be fun to see if we can execute on that. I don't know if that's like hitting, it's transformative enough in the world of copyright, but I imagine it
No,
is.
that would be super cool. Yeah, because I mean, some of my favorites right now is like Starship Godzilla's doing that with movie homage covers, or the Lost Fantasy. They're doing that with all the Final Fantasy, you know, recreating the game covers. So I mean, I think that stuff
cool.
is so cool, especially when it relates to something like this that has that history. And like you said,
Yeah.
you also have that history of like diving into like the world setting and stuff. I think that would be really cool to see. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when we get to do more issues, we'll explore the Shonen Zashi mag like variant cover route. You know,
well, I was gonna say too, like, does it help? You know, because again, you do have Stan's blessing, so I'm curious. You know, does that help you? You know, not just from obviously the fan standpoint, but with Dark Horse and everything of like, hey, you know, we're getting permission to do this, which is a big step in and of itself, kind of a deal. So,
yeah, I mean, we couldn't have done it without them, right? No question.
Yeah.
And Stan has just, you know, really had no critiques. I think he's seen the level of respect and passion we've poured into this. And I was just talking to Jared last night about that, like just looking back, like they really did take a risk on us. Like I have to like, wow. Like, and the doors they opened and the encouragement they've given us, has been very rewarding. You know, I think in the development phase, like folks who don't know, Jared and I did this as a cold pitch. Like there was no like soliciting on our part. We just sent them an email being like, hey, like, have you thought of this? And like we sat for a month.
Wow.
And that sort of influenced how we went about this story, because again, we were very hyper aware of what we're playing with, you know, and I think it really created something special and amazing here, you know. So yeah, Stan has just been such a champion, and the first issue's done very well. We know it's done very well.
Good.
So you know, we hope we can keep that momentum going.
I was nervous myself.
Yeah.
When we were pitching ideas, we had a lot of meetings together where we would, I mean, just hang out and talk. So I guess a meeting is sort of a loose word, but I mean, we had some that we would stay up all night and just talk about like what this could be. Once we decided we actually wanted to do this thing, but it felt like you know, I've always lacked confidence in what I do, but I was afraid that I was writing checks that I didn't have the creative skill to pay for. So we were talking like. It's a pretty epic adventure. Like I can't get too much into like where they go. There's a lot of like, oh, this would be cool and this would be cool, and you know, here we are now a year later, and I have to actually kind of like you know, make these things realized visually, at least, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just from reading the first issue, like you get that scope. I mean, even just that first page, like I don't know, it already feels so larger than life. Again, being new to these characters and everything, it's just like, man, you're just like right into it. It's just like they're getting attacked, like, you know, things are happening, you're getting to meet characters, and so it's interesting, especially like I said, as somebody new going in, I was like, all right, cool, it's 5 issues. That's easy to swallow. Like I can get into it, read it, you know, if I'm into it, that's awesome, you know. If not, the investment, you know, of like 5 issues, but like already with issue 1, I'm like, man, it's going to end in 5 issues. I'm like, I need more than 5 issues. Like I want more than 5. Like just like with you guys, I want to see where you guys take this, because you can tell the passion that the two of you have and the world that you're creating, how much thought, like you said, has gone into it. Even if we don't, you know, if I didn't notice, you know, say the cover of the Dragon Ball and stuff, like that stuff does read in a sense, like you pick up on it subliminally in a way, because it's like you're creating, you know, that environment for people to, you know, find themselves in. So
yeah, I mean, we've hidden a lot of Easter eggs. Yeah, thank you for
it's worth, by the way, it really is worth, if you enjoy it too, going and getting the sagas and the graphics, you know, and anything you can get of it, because they are really good, and there is, I think, a lot that you would go, oh, I see what they did there. Because we're very passionate about the original series, and there's a lot of references to the original series that you don't have to know to read the story, but if you have read the original series, I think you
it adds to that depth. And
I think, going back to my earlier point of like how us being hyper aware influenced the story, there is a thread that we kind of tie to the original series. And you'll see that play out, and you'll see how it'll be connected. That's all I'll say there. But it's exciting. I think that I think we found that balance. David. I love David, and not just because you're here. Like, you're my favorite variant cover. When you sent us those pencils, I was just like,
immediately
oh my
we were
God.
like, okay, well, one of us is going to call dibs on this. And
we actually fought over each other. Like,
Yeah,
who's
we're
going to
like,
get the privilege to buy that from David?
And I was tentatively kind of texting Zach, like, did you follow up with David? Kind of hoping he'd be like, oh, I ended up passing. So I'd be like, David.
I need to channel the side. That's so good. I love that.
Yeah.
David, that's very kind of you. So thank you.
Oh, it's the truth, David. Not just because you're here.
Here's
Like,
the truth,
and Dustin, going back to like slice of life, like that's really I think a cool one.
Perfect.
That's a
Right.
great, there's a great example of.
Well, it's so interesting too, because I had this understanding or idea in my head, again, not knowing Usagi, that like it was a much older character. So it's interesting to see them so young, and that perfectly encapsulates that arcade cover of like, man, they're just they're kids, they're young, doing what they're doing, kind of a deal. So it's cool to get that kind of perspective just from like a first glance of like the cover itself, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
So
that was something we wanted to explore relatively intentionally in our meetings we discussed, because this Usagi iteration is a little younger than the original. The original has had more life experience in a much more hardened time. So with ours, we are meeting Yukichi and Usagi at a time in in a modern time, which is a much softer time, not quite as hard of a time to live as in the Edo era. So what we were kind of asking each other was like, well, what kind of range would that open up, given that they are younger men in kind of a softer world, I guess you'd say, but their hardships are different. And so they're like, one thing is like their emotional range is a little different than it would be in the Edo era, where they've just lived through a lot more. They've seen a lot more in that era, where these two versions of the character are capable of like a different set of emotions, which I want to get into, but it's going to spoil a segment.
I was going to say, I can see you hovering that line in your head. How much can I say?
Yeah, don't stop.
And to kind of piggyback off that, like these characters, these versions are very informed by the decade and like the modern setting. We're also like, they are young, but we're also meeting them at this, critical juncture, right? Like, and you'll see that kind of question of like, what is my place in this world, given like the fantastical
that's
events
a lot
that
of the
play
bigger
out.
question.
Go ahead, sorry. And so Jared and I like put that at the forefront of developing this, like what happens in kind of a modernist setting that kind of puts someone on a warrior's pilgrimage, right? And for the folks who read Usagi, he's on this kind of warrior's pilgrimage, which is essentially like him discovering what his purpose in the world is, right? What should he be following Bushido, the way of the samurai, or is he a Ronin, right? Like what's that dichotomy, and like what does that look like then in a modern setting? And so it's been really fun to really like, I guess, stress test that into like a cool story, and then this is Kim's cover, by the way.
The Kim cover.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
so
then choosing the soda there,
that's the Kim one I was saying.
I love the lighting on it. I love the shadows in the front, and just the light from the coolers, the fridges, lighting them up from the front. That's so good.
Oh yeah, I love it. I wish you could see the other ones that they did.
Maybe like in an art book or like in the trade. We can.
I was going to say, somebody had asked that, whether or not that one. Do you think there might be an art book sketch collection book in the future after the 5 issues release? So
I mean, it would be fun. There's the trade. I don't know what they're going to do with the back end of that, but the trade they're doing a trade paperback and a hardcover limited edition. So I don't know if they would have more room for something like that, which would be neat.
Yeah.
But Jared, they did like publicly announce you doing an art book like many
Yeah.
years ago, right? Like from his variant covers and like the development he had done with his variant covers. So like maybe if there's enough fans who ask for it, we can selfishly push the team because I'm an art book snob. Excuse me. I would like love that, you know, like
Saying,
it would be rad, you know.
No, it's one of my favorite things, and we'll get more into it because like some of the back stuff you did in this first issue, we talked a little bit at OAX and like and we absolutely loved, you know, that kind of stuff because I love seeing process. I love seeing the stuff that, you know, didn't make it in, like you said, just because, you know, you just have to choose one cover. You can't, you know, make 50 covers kind of a deal. But at the same time, like you said, there's so much that's still good that, you know, you had to just kind of leave behind. So it'd be nice to be able to explore that stuff. And I also think it gives you a deeper look into the world and your passion. Like you said, you really get to see, you know, through Jared's sketchbooks or, you know, through the cover variants, you know, just how much time and effort and energy you put into making this thing. Cause we just see that final polished piece, but then to be able to actually flip there and go, oh, wow, like that's the level, you know, this is how many, you know, sketches that were made for this cover. So
yeah, I'm a process snob too, right? And like it's cool to see. It was nice that we had the real estate to do that. And yeah, David plus one, like the Danny Warren Johnson cover, when we got that email, like it was just like a masterstroke. Like we're like the energy of that cover is just so rad.
His stuff, his style, like you said, it's just so energetic. And I love those colors too. And I thought that they were Mike Spicer's, and he or no, I'm sorry, maybe I was thinking of. Did he do the colors for this, or is this another color?
Didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I think he did.
I want to make sure because I also was thinking of Dork in my head of recent cover DWJ did for that Spicer colored. But yeah, I mean, they're pairing together. Just the energy and the action that he gets in his covers are just so cool. So
yeah.
And that's awesome. And that's really cool, like you said, to be able to, like you said, not only be listened to be able to get that input of like, hey, you know, these are some of the artists I'd like to maybe see do a, like, you know, Kaito cover, but also then be able to get somebody like that to actually then come and do it and be like, oh, wow, like this is what they did, you know, with their interpretation.
They took it in a direction. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Like to not know, you know, what the direction will necessarily be, but then to see it and go, oh yeah, that like totally fits what we're going for kind of a deal. So
yeah, had me worried too, David. When I heard that fall back there, it's like, yeah,
I know.
Yeah, supernatural activities happening.
Yeah.
But the next few slides, we're going just to kind of preface it before we get into it. The next slides kind of talk about the setting and characters that make up the world of Kaito 84. And you can't really talk about the story without talking about 1984 Osaka, Japan, if I say Japan right. How much research did you guys have to do on 80s Osaka just to be able to get that feel? Because it feels like you're like stepping right into it as you read the book.
I think an embarrassing amount.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah, I did so many. I mean, again, going back to just sketching in the sketchbook, but we both did a lot of studies, and I was filling sketchbooks with like cars from the 80s, specifically ones I could find that were popular in Japan at the time. And then I was doing a lot of like film studies, so like watching stuff like Tampopo and a couple of as many as I could find of just films from that era, especially ones that took place in Osaka or urban environments, and just pausing it every 5 seconds and doing a little sketch, either with just ink, like a Sharpie and a pen, or gouache. And like Zach has a lot of them in one of the sketchbook idea books, where it's just little studies of like people. So pausing the movie and just drawing everybody in the scene in crowd scenes, because it's a lot of people and like the kinds of fashion and clothes that they would wear. And then I have another sketchbook that we were doing a lot of food studies just to understand like what various types of ramen were, a lot of stuff that you're not going to see in it per se, but they pop up in the background and stuff in the environment. So and I wanted it to feel authentic when they have stuff like food and things like that. So
Jared, I think back when you were on episode 54 with us about 5 months ago, you had several sketchbooks that you were showing us some of the development. It's just ideas that you had. Was that some of the process that you were using for this book?
Yeah, that's one of them. Zach has.
There you go.
Okay, cool. I remember watching. Anybody that wants to see those were really incredible. The amount of detail that you put in those. So
thanks, man.
Lots of
studies of the car. There's also I did a lot of studies of like what people looked like firefighters and
Wow.
policemen and stuff
Yeah.
that was not related to the story, but they might be like driving by in the background. Stuff like that, like what kinds of uniforms did people wear? We did a lot of research on that.
I mean, take it because I'll look through that. Yeah, like the entire.
Yeah, no,
time.
I feel like we could just scan this and it could be like an art book. Like,
Yeah.
like.
Well, and I've always. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, to kind of piggyback a little bit on Jared, like we really wanted it to be lived in.
Zach literally goes to Osaka. I'm sorry I interrupted, but Zach goes there.
I was going to ask if either of you had been to Osaka.
Obviously, I was just there 3 weeks ago. I think. Still jet lagged. I feel I'm so old.
So he had like a backlog of photos too that I can also like go from.
That's awesome.
So the environments are actual like real places in the backgrounds.
And we watched we took it upon ourselves, like to the earlier point, like Tampopo. If no one's again seen that movie, it's phenomenal. It's considered Japan's ramen western, like a spaghetti western, set in the 80s, and it's a love letter to the food and culture of Japan. A young Ken Watanabe is in it too, which is kind of cool to see.
Wow.
That's super cool.
But like we watched a lot of movies, like I'd watched Black
Dog.
Rain, which is a Ridley Scott film, that takes place in Osaka. Just things to like have us feel a bit immersed and like kind of inform the story. We watched a lot of Lupin the Third. I know David had mentioned it earlier. Like,
David was spot on with the influence of 80s manga and anime, for sure.
Yeah,
we've both been like, I have a special place in my heart for stuff like Ron. He mentioned Ranma 2, which also was been a big influence on me. And it just was something that it meant a lot to me because it was like I got a hold of that before like you could really get anime regular. It was like just VHSs at Suncoast or whatever, and occasionally that one would come in or whatever. Some kid at school in my middle school was burning CDs and burnt me a copy of Ranma Half, and I had no idea what it was. And I watched all of it.
It's a great time.
It was so cool.
Jared, it's making me wonder. It's like, what is people's like gateway anime? Like, what's the first like? Mine was Tenchi Muyo. Like, I remember getting the VHS of Tenchi Muyo from a Suncoast video.
My mother bought me Kiki's Delivery Service. I think that would technically be my first, although I didn't associate it with anime at the time.
Anime
I mean, I kind of did, but I wasn't associating it with what I was seeing for anime. Because I was seeing like
Cod Crypto Sakura, I loved that show too.
Does Samurai Pizza Cats count? I'm trying to think back to the
that's a Tatsunoko Productions property. It sure does.
Probably that and Sailor Moon and then Dragon Ball. But like the first like 5 episodes of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, and then it was like we would watch it every Saturday at like 6 a.m. And then like and just after a while, one new episode would come out, and it would be like the next of the Raditz or whatever.
You would spend you would spend $40 on a VHS for 3 episodes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's crazy.
And we'd eat that up,
But,
I remember
but
I had
well
like
worth
a
it.
ton
Best
of Dragon Ball
$40 you ever spent though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, and it's such an interesting because, like you said, now it's so much easier to get Crunchyroll or other things like subscription services you can get access to, but it almost makes it, especially if you have that passion and interest in it, of like, man, I want more of this, but it's harder to kind of get and to be able to, and that's what brought it more over, is that interest and then the continued growing interest. So
Robotech for sure. Sorry.
Yeah. And it's such a good time to be a nerd now, right? Like with the Crunchyrolls.
Yes.
What blows my mind is we've not seen a fraction of what's been out there. Like it's just never made it to the West. And like, if you like going to Japan, you get a better sense of like, how have I never heard of this concept? It's amazing. It just never got reprinted. It never got translated. It never got dubbed or like, and I want more. Like there's just, it's such a wealth of just riches, I feel out there, and
it is, it's
untapped.
And it's such an interesting, because again, it's that difference in culture and difference in storytelling and history and everything. And it's something I didn't get into as much as a kid. Like I remember watching some Dragon Ball episodes, but I was more into like slapstick cartoons and Cat Dog and all that stuff. But then as I got older, I was like, oh, this is interesting. And my dad brought home Spirited Away, and that started my Ghibli fascination. And then I think we had a roommate in college who we weren't as close friends, but he introduced me to like Fully Cooley, Samurai Champloo, Cowboy
nice.
Bebop.
Oh,
Like he was
man,
like, I'm
yeah.
gonna show you all the
Yeah.
best anime, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like keep it coming, like just keep showing me all that stuff. So but like you said, there's just so much still, whether I just didn't watch it in the 90s or 80s that I'd love to go back and watch, or like you said, stuff that just hasn't been translated or brought over yet that is just sitting there right for the translating. So
Yeah. And if you ever catch me at a show, I'm happy to like give you some obscure titles to like pursue.
oh yeah,
Uh, some that are now accessible because Netflix has brought it over, or Crunchyroll. And so like it's interesting because the West is having, I think, this Japan animation renaissance,
yeah,
and it's amazing. Like
yeah,
you're seeing that not only in media consumption, but in the collector's market, which is just a neat to very and sad, because like as a collector, I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to afford this now, because
Yeah.
it's getting the attention and value that it so deserves.
Yeah.
And so it's just such a great time to like enjoy this content. So
Well, I think that's what's so cool about it is, like you said, your comic, it's lining up, this release of Kaito's lining up with that stuff, about all this other stuff that's happening that makes sense to bring out something I feel like this of, because I'm like, oh, okay, I've never gotten to this character. Awesome, great. Now's the perfect time to jump in new. And then, like you said, I'm enjoying it. I can go back and read, a plethora of stuff that existed previously, but then still be into this new, series that's coming out. So it's cool to be able to have that, to be able to jump back off of like people who are getting into anime, like, oh, well, if you love that, like, then go read this comic and then go read this manga and then, follow the trail if you will. So
I would love, people were bringing up Akira a lot, the film, and
yeah,
I would love to re-experience seeing like Akira for the first time, or
oh my God,
like Evangelion for the first time, because they're just like,
yeah,
like
mind blown. Yeah, no, 100%. Like it's like one of my favorites personally is I absolutely love Battle Angel Alita, and like I've gone back and reread it multiple times, and like I still like just, I don't know, I just get this sense of wonderment when I read it. I'm just like, man, it's just I've just never read or visually seen something like this story. I still need to go back because I know there's the anime, the a little bit of that they did that I didn't get too far, but like you said, to just be able to experience some of that stuff for the first time again, and then also like too the fact that some people are getting into Akira now, and it's like, oh man, like you're in for such a treat. Like you're saying, it's so cool to see people get into it, and you're excited because you can share that passion of all the stuff you've watched or read and pass that on to the next person. So
I was like 15 or 16, and I was working at a Blockbuster video in Fort Worth, and I got Akira because I was like, oh, I like cartoons. And I remember I was very like religious.
Such a heavy watch. Oh
and like pretty sheltered in general. Yeah, I know. And I watched it, and I was just like, I think I probably didn't blink the whole time. And I was just like, this is like the forbidden tape. I can't tell anyone I've seen this thing.
And
it was like, oh my gosh, it just blew my mind.
And what's wild is Otomo, who created Akira and really Spirit, has so much of his work that hasn't made it stateside. Like Dark Horse has done another book called Domo, which is an amazing concept. Like, look into it. I wish Dark Horse would reprint
Jim Rugg
it.
showed me that one when we were at
Oh my God, it's such a cool. I don't even want to tell people. I just look it up. DOMO. And you're just like, oh my God, like where are you coming up with these ideas? And so it's fun to like look at his kind of library of things and be like, wow, like this needs to happen in the States today. Like, why haven't I been able to consume this content? And maybe it will. I think the doors are opening more and more. So I should stop geeking out about other manga.
We'll talk about this forever.
Well, what's so cool though is like that stuff plays right into like Kaito and what we're talking about. So that's what's so cool is like that's, you're seeing the real inspiration not only with Usagi but also like just your obsession and interest with the genre itself. So
it's been nice to embrace more of that influence and studying it, because I study it now a lot. Like in terms of just copying it in sketchbooks that I don't share or anything online, but just like I'm working on Pluto, and I just got through Vagabond and Evangelion, the mangas, right? I'm talking about manga.
So good.
Yeah.
But I just copy them and sketchbooks just to practice drawing and understand how they frame scenes and things like that. And but I went through Akira and some other ones that I've just done. I'm working on Pluto and Gundam right now, but I was going through One Piece and which we were talking about. Zach and I were talking about. But yeah, anyways, it's been nice to embrace it because for me, I loved anime like passionately when I was a kid, even though you couldn't get it at the time. This is like late 80s and early 90s for me. So like you could just get it, and I would have to, ask my parents to take me to Suncoast. And like he said, it was like $40 for a VHS of a couple episodes of Dragon Ball. It really was. Or like I remember because I got some of the Evangelion relatively young, and again, like very religious parents. It was like Evangelion. It's
it's a cartoon. It's educational. Like
it's animated.
But it was I just remember it was so rare, and I remember feeling like the people who I was extremely passionate about drawing before I like gave up on it, but I wanted to draw so badly, and I could not draw very well, and I felt like there was like this black hole of getting into anime and then just basically copying anime style. So I really avoided it, honestly, like for a very long time, like actually getting deep into manga and stuff, because I was like, once I especially started getting into drawing very passionately for hours a day, I was afraid of getting into the niche of sort of just doing anime face or anime stylizing, which I'm not criticizing it, but I just didn't want to end up making something that was indiscernible.
Box yourself into it. Yeah,
and I had got deep into French comics, and they were all so specific and unique, and a lot of them had watercolor, which is why I do watercolor. I think we talked about that last time, was getting into French. So I like stayed in French BD circuit books for years and years and years, and wouldn't look at manga because I was just afraid of getting sucked into like just copying it because I liked it so much. And but in the past like 2 years, I've really gotten deep into just embracing like collecting it and copying it like in a sketchbook just to understand like framing. I mean, especially like the mech stuff, like the perspective and Atomo stuff, like the vehicles, and I mean, it's all just so amazing. And so that's been fun
Jared,
for me.
If you don't mind me jumping in, Jared, I think that like you've leveled up in Usagi Kaito because of like the sequential storytelling you've kind of taken with this.
I hope so.
Is a bit of a departure from like your other work, right? You're playing with more, sometimes we would write a page and I'd be like, is this too many panels? Like, are we losing something here? And we would talk endlessly. Like there'd be times where we go back to the script and adjust it because like we found better flexibility in actually adding another beat, and I think Jared really leveled up and showed that kind of manga influence in like the sequential storytelling aspect while maintaining his aesthetic and flavor of watercolors. So it's cool to see it kind of come out there, right? And I think that it's a good hybrid, right? You have these manga kind of storytelling aspects influenced by this European watercolor like execution, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that it ended up being that way, given that most of my like direct influence is like European, especially, and then UK style art. So it's like a lot of my, I was just checking to see what fell down, but it was my Ernest and Celestine
I was worried.
books. They were on the edge. No, I just cut like a ton of sketchbook paper, and I was like, oh gosh, it's going to be everywhere. But that's fine. It was just the Ernest and Celestine books. Anyways, I'm heavily influenced by French and Italian, I guess, like GP and, French and Italian, mostly European artists, and have been sort of trying to replicate that in old Disney forever. And, so we're doing like a book set in Japan, largely influenced by Japanese culture and art. So specifically like historical Japanese art, and then, which comes later in the series, and then, modern manga and stuff in terms of framing and composition, but with a sort of European, so hopefully people like that kind of thing.
I was going to say 100%.
I never can gauge.
Your watercolor is what drew me to your artwork, and seeing it in this fashion and in this setting and style, like you said, of merging in blending those two. I mean, some of my favorite artists do that stuff. I mean, that's what drew me to Joe Mad. His, you know, blending of middle and west. You know, Ryan Otley does it. You know, that stuff is always my favorite because it takes, in my opinion, like some of the best aspects of both and their interest and intrigue in both of those, and in bringing those together and bring such a uniqueness to the work. So I would 100% would include your stuff with that. And like you and Zach were saying, you know, you can definitely see that in the panels itself and how much you studied, you know, the other media, the movies and the photos, but also the manga itself, and brings such a unique, distinct look to the series. It is just, again, it's God, there's just something about watercolor that allows such expression and movement while not getting like overly detailed, but you're still able to capture the details that surprised me. And that was one of the first things I actually was like, I just don't understand how you can work with the medium in such a way to get that kind of like detail to it without, you know, losing it or making it look muddy. You know, the colors still brightly pop and everything. So I would 100% think that you're doing it. And like I said, it's one of my favorite things about the series. So
yeah.
Well, thank you. That's very
Now
nice of you.
we'll respond. We had a question from El Pibe, but we'll get to that. Jared's going to be showcasing some art here in a little bit, and that's a good question
Good
for that.
question,
We got it starred, so we'll get back. We'll make sure and answer that. We don't want to skip over anybody's questions, but we've talked a little bit about talked quite a bit about the setting. Now we get into the actual characters of Kaito 84. Now, where did you all start? You said that you all did a cold pitch to Stan and his team for this. What was just in a real quick synopsis of what that cold pitch was for this character, the main character of Kaito Usagi?
I think like at its core is like, what if Usagi's descendant was like an unsavory character in a way? In this case, like he's a thief, right?
Yeah.
And like, what do we flip? And why is he a thief? Like, what is he struggling with? You know, what is it like to be in this modern setting? And then it really kind of by extension of like, who is this descendant? How are they influenced by this world? Like, and in 1980s Osaka, like had a lot of Yakuza like problems. You know, it was very influenced by the gangs that I think, you know, took over the city in a way. And so that actually affected the culture of Japan significantly so. And the biggest one you can kind of draw upon is this fear and aversion of people with tattoos. It's just a sign of an unsavory, untrustworthy person, most related to a gang or Yakuza. And so like you still can't go to Japan, and like I would say 95% of onsens, so onsens are like the natural hot spring bathhouses, you can't go in if you have a tattoo. Like they will straight up just refuse you.
That's one of the things I've read. So
and that's the influence. Now it's breaking, right? I could point you to onsens if you have tattoos, that if you want to have that experience, and it's wonderful. But it influenced the world in such a big way, like factually. And so these are things we knew, and we wanted to really almost make the setting its own character in a way, and lived in. And so we were very strategic of like the locations that you see throughout every issue, and you're going to really see that flexed in issue 2. Like I'm really happy with what, I don't know how Jared pulled it off, like going back to like his watercolor there, and we'll go through edits and notes. And there's been some moments as we've gone through giving notes to each other that like the note is like, Jared, I need you to like change art that's already lettered and painted. And like, I don't know what's feasible. I'm not an artist. So I'm like, he's going to have to redo the whole page. Like in my mind, I'm like kind of like nail biting. Like, I'm so sorry, friend. Like I need you for the betterment of the story. And Jared and I are very good about pushing each other in a very pleasant and politeful way. We understand it's for the betterment of the story. And I learned something like, there was a moment where like, I needed Jared to just change the colors for a very specific reason. And I didn't know, Jared, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm like, is this a big lift? Like, don't hate me. Like, don't dox me. Like what? Like, is it hard? You know? And he's able to do it. It's like, you're a wizard, Jared. I just don't know. I guess I just don't know how water and color work.
It's a lot. I think it's a lot more malleable than I think a lot of people lend it. you know, because people, a lot of people have the impression that it's like impossible to fix or correct or whatever, and that it's but it's you know, but also I do it all the time. It's the only thing I do. So like, I don't know. It's
so
easy to say
familiar
like,
with
oh,
it.
it's easy to work with when you like. It's literally all I do. I mean, like I wake up and do it, and then I like take a break and I go plein air paint, and then I usually wind down by painting or doing something with it. So you know, it's easy to say it's easy to work with, but I don't know. A lot of that stuff feels like party tricks to me, like the stuff that I do for the environments to make it look a certain way or feel a certain way.
Things that you've picked up while practicing and continuing to draw and stuff that just come naturally, I'm sure, with that, you know, practice and everything. So
yeah, and anybody that's picked up issue 2 will notice that these pages are the last pages of the book. And one of the things during episode 54 that we talked to Jared about was the skeletal structures that he did for Kaito there. It was just so important because I mean it was like page after page of different skeletons and things, and just the amount of detail that you went into designing this character is just so impressive, Jared.
Well, it helps a lot, you know, if you're trying to like rotate the character or draw, you know, 3-point perspective or something, like bird's eye view or something. If you know where those points are, you can kind of place.
Well, you had the 3D character I love that you made too to like help with that as well.
I still have those.
Just remembered. So
yeah, but the fact that you did the skeleton and pulled that out and just the I mean that was and the cars, the little bit of the cars. I highly recommend people go back and watch that just because it was just. Hopefully that book gets released one day as a, you know, some type of guide for Kaito 84, but it was very impressive to see all the work that you did.
Well, especially with like hard service, like do you, because I know a lot of artists and like I overheard it at a panel at MegaCon, like again, hate drawing cars. Are you one of those like, is it like, oh, I have to draw cars, or is it just another, you know, hey, I'll figure, you know, this thing out and draw it?
I don't know. It's never like, I hear that about horses or cars or things. I don't know that I really see like a big difference in them and other stuff, to be totally honest. But I think part of that is because I tend to think more painterly, which I think, you know, some people probably would just view that as like that I just don't know how to draw. But I tend to think more of just the broad shape and then the planes of that shape and then the value structure of those planes, if that makes sense. So like the light and dark as light hits object. And then, you know, you can just use your imagination to rotate that cube. So like the cars, I have model sheets where it lines up the, you know, like where things would line up, like the wheels or things. And so if you're rotating that cube in your mind, you can sort of, it doesn't really matter if it's a car or a horse or whatever. You can
3D,
if you can draw a cube and rotate that cube in your mind, you can put anything in that cube if you figure out the proportions, relative proportions. So I don't know, drawing cars has never really bothered me. But also I think like, you know, if you look at the environments, a lot of it is sort of the value structure of the car, not the drawing of the car. I'm not like David, for example, is like he has a very strong like rendering skill where he draws the things a lot and very well. And I think for me, I tend to be more loose about it, so I don't have to draw as much, but so I don't tend to think of drawing a car. I tend to think more you know, of like the bits of value and stuff like that.
Oh, sorry.
That was what
Jared's last show. So we did a little bit of drawing.
Talk about twisting fabric. There's the card grid up top. So like if you know how many units of measurement the thing is in a square, you can rotate that you know, in your imagination.
And this was me and Tyler right here.
Jared, would you say you have like an animator sensibility too?
That's what I was just gonna ask. You have a very 3D understanding of like art space that generally animators or people who've worked in the 3D space work with generally. So
I think probably. I mean, I think I've always had my own like sort of history is that I came to comics much later. And when I was a kid, I was obsessed more with animation. Like someone mentioned Disney's Robin Hood. Sorry, Disney's Robin Hood was like an obsession of mine. Jungle Book and 101 Dalmatian. I've honestly just sort of been trying to replicate that sensibility ever since then, of like the painted background and then the inked character sitting on top of said painted background like a cell. So I mean, if you look at it through that lens, you can see like that's just sort of what I've been trying to copy in the pictures I draw. But yeah, I think I definitely have, I guess, what you would consider a more of an animation sensibility, and that but I also, a lot of it is I do care a lot about the consistency, which is a big thing for animation. So like you don't want to,
it's almost like a foundation or pillar, right? You know.
Yeah, but the same thing happens in comics too, where like I've done enough comics now that I've seen the character either get better or worse or just change from page 1 to page 80. So I don't, like, as much as I can avoid that, I want to avoid that, even though it's inevitable. I try to have a lot of consistent guides in my mind and those proportion guides, so that and rotations of the character and that kind of thing, just so I can practice, so that there's a consistency no matter how we like rotate the character or have the character. And I did like, my life was changed by animation, both as a child and then when later I was wanting to do comics really bad. And I went to at the time was CTN, which is less of a thing now. Now it's Lightbox is the big deal. Yeah. And Pasadena. But I went to CTN, and I was just going to local comic shows. I had gone to Heroes Con, which was like a big deal before I started drawing, and I still go every year. But I had gone to like local shows, and a lot of it was like, and I'm not like criticizing it, but a lot of it was like people who were doing a couple prints of their, like, it's a minion, but he's dressed like Wolverine, or like it's like stuff like that. And I'm not like criticizing.
No,
it's its own thing. It's cool.
But it's a different,
know what you were.
It was like 4 or 5 prints, and then like some of the stuff that they were thinking about doing. And then I went to an animation conference and in Burbank, and everyone is so hungry, mostly because they can't get a job, and they are trying so hard to get into that industry, that like booth after booth at Lightbox now and CTN at that time was just stacks of figure drawing and stacks of plein air painting. And I would talk to people at the show, and they would be like, I work at DreamWorks as like a story artist or something. And they're like, I wake up at 6 a.m., I go plein air painting, and then I go to a figure drawing session, and then I go work at the story work, and then I go back to a figure drawing session, and then I do a plein air painting, and then I work on my personal project, and then I sleep at 2 or 3 hours, and then I get back up and I do it again. And I was just like, the work ethic was like nothing.
It's the animator's work ethic, right? Like,
that changed my life, because I was like, I want to do that. I need to, if I'm going to do it, because at the time I was really struggling, because I've never really had any talent for drawing or especially painting or doing any kind of art. So I felt like if I'm going to do this was before I was doing a lot. I was doing like a web comic at the time. This is when everybody was doing a web comic in like 2011 or whatever, 10. And I could barely draw people, especially, let alone anything like a car or a horse or anything like we were talking about earlier. I could barely draw. I mean, if you looked at those old comics, it's pretty evident. I mean, I was struggling, and I was trying to do some life drawing here and there, but it never occurred to me that you could just only do it all the time, until I went to that show and met people. And then since that, I left that show like glowing with energy, and I've never really been able to satisfy that hunger to get better, that obsession that I've had of just like, how can I get even just a little bit better today, you know? But that came from an animation conference.
and for people who don't know, though, just to kind of segue a little bit, like Brett Bean is from the animation world. Like I met Brett at Lightbox like 6 years ago, before he broke into comics, really. And so he made that kind of leap. And, you know, I'm a huge animation nerd. So like I write and pitch animation and have gone around all the studios. And to Jared's point, Lightbox is kind of addicting, because like it's these very like fantastic artists really like flexing their best. It's such a unique show in that regard. And if you like process and visual development and like the kind of behind the curtain aspect of making movies, go to that show. But like Jared, I think you really draw upon like this kind of animation influence, you know, and you go back to Robin Hood, right? So if anyone doesn't know, Disney was founded by the 9 Old Men. The 9 Old Men are the original animators that Walt had kind of spearheaded like the golden age of Disney. And there's 2 of them, Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnson, who wrote a very famous animation book called The Illusion of Life. A lot of that book, I think a lot of comic book artists look towards, because it's like perspective, it's storytelling. It's like everything you need to like tell a sequential story. And that's why it's such a joy to work with Jared, because the way we work together is like a little bit of this like hybrid Marvel method, right? Where we sit down and we talk about the whole concept, right? And then we go issue by issue, beat by beat. And once we have gotten 20 pages of beats, I don't write dialogue yet. Jared storyboards just off the beats. And so if people don't know what the Marvel method would, it'd be Stan telling Jack Kirby, here's what I want to happen on each page or this issue. And Jack would just draw it and Stan would then fill in the dialogue. So here we're just kind of going off storyboards. And then once Jared gives me the storyboards, I write the first pass on a script. And then we go over each page. We might remove a panel. We might change dialogue. And it kind of takes shape that way. And it's really this kind of, like I said, a hybrid Marvel method with like, I think some animation influence. Like I'm not an artist, but I love the process and studying it. And I think, The Illusion of Life that, Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnson wrote has there's a lot of echoes of our process, I think, through that book. And to the point of earlier, I just want to kind of say like how expressive and the level of control I think Jared has. I think that's also an animator sensibility. I just want to plug, there's a really cool Johnny Carson interview with Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnson from the 70s, where they had them on the show to talk about The Illusion of Life being published. And they talked about how to like make a sack of flour have emotions. Like a sad sack of flour, a happy one, an exuberant, watch it. Like anyone should just watch that video.
Yeah.
Like and some part of that video, I think, has influenced me as a creator and a collaborator. And Jared and I constantly talk about our influences, going back to Robin Hood, Mint Call was like one of the big designers there, and it's anthropomorphic characters. So like we talk about Mint Call as one of the 9 old men that we really like how he approached. He designed the rooster, right? Like you just like, oh my God, like just like amazing.
Yeah, Mary Hall and Walt Stanchfield was another big influence.
Oh my God,
Drawn to Life, the book series.
I've
always also, I think this also, I guess, lends itself to like a more of an animation sensibility, I guess, than comics strictly, and that I just like on a personal level, like I have a hard time like reading and writing letters. It's just I don't know, I've never looked into it, but I just struggle with it. Like I have a hard time making them legible or like done properly. I have a very difficult time with letters, enough that it keeps me from actually producing, and that would keep me from producing a lot, except that I sort of figured out for me, because ever since as long as I can remember, I have always been extremely visual in my mind, and like perpetually lost in my imagination, but also in that I tend to like would run things in my head visually, and then what I learned throughout, I guess, childhood, which was just stick figures, because I didn't have any talent for drawing, but I would always take notes by doing a sequence of either stick figures or whatever it would take to like show the task or the thing I needed to do, because that was easier to me to read than trying to write the word of like what I had to do, I've just struggled with that. So if I have to like write a comic book by opening a Word document and just like starting to type, I would never do anything but stare at a blank page, because I just can't do it. But I see scenes in my head like an animated film very clearly. So if I'm quote unquote writing, for me, it's what would essentially be storyboarding, which I have some examples of it on my like website, but like it's just basically I see the scene, and then I usually like when I go to bed or whatever, I tend to like fall asleep running scenes in my head, or choreography or whatever, like fight choreography or whatever in my head, but then playing it over and over from different angles or different lighting. Like what if it was sunset lighting or morning lighting or raining or whatever, and like low shot or higher shot, or how would this look, and just replaying it like an animated film in my head, and then I can storyboard them. And I have a difficult time. I've always have a difficult time. I've written everything I write that way. That's just the way I do it. And if anything, I'll sort of convert that to an outline of some words, but I always write quote unquote that way. And so it's been nice with Zack, because I see scenes very clearly in my head and can draw them, and I can see the lighting very clearly, and those kind of storytelling elements that mean a lot to me in terms of like how the light influences the story or the emotion or that kind of thing. And so I can sketch that as a storyboard, but I have no connection to it. So a lot of times my quote unquote writing for scenes is like I'll just tell Zach, okay, I see this scene and I see this scene, and it's like a quilt that's not stitched together. I don't really know what to do with them. And Zach's very good at like, okay, well, we can take this piece and we can take this piece and we can take this piece, and then he has his own that he puts into it, and it sort of comes together. But it is a process of like, he does an outline and I have to storyboard it, because I can't see it if I just read it. I have to like, I have to see it in my head,
visualize it,
and then be able to rotate it in my head too, and then draw that, storyboard that out, expressions, moments, beats, and then send that back to him, and then he can write the words and the what actually is happening. So
yeah, and from there, like, it kind of evolves, right? We'll get to a point sometimes where we'll hit a page and we'll like, the pacing's off. Like, what do we need to change here? Or like, what kind of, or we lose a kind of orientation aspect of like, where are the characters, like, where are they operating in the world right now? And so it comes this moment of like, what's the sequential storytelling here? And this is a great page to kind of have this process aspect of like, what we don't show on these is like, there's the kind of almost pre aspect of this, where it's just like, I like, we talk about, all right, I see these level of things happening right on the page, right? Car chase, swerving, right? Like, what is like, is that enough room to tell what we need to tell on this page? And so I'll just beat that out, and then Jared will do what you see in the middle. Second from the left is just these layouts, and then I'm able to write a script and be like, okay, this is the sound effects we want. This is kind of the dialogue we need here. And then Jared would jump into more firm pencils, right? And then he'll start placing the letters, which it still blows my mind that you're hand lettering this entire thing, Jared. It's just,
that was definitely something we were going to touch on, because we noticed that
I'll
when
save
you
it for
posted the
then.
pictures, we were like, oh my gosh, that's all hand lettered. Like,
it's all
wow.
on paper.
And
so
it's still, my hand cramps up just thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then there's moments like where, I write a word and I'm like, he's going to hate me. Like, it's like we'll talk dialogue, and I'm just like, is this too much? Like, what are we doing here? And so it's such a hybrid, collaborative process. It really is a joy. And I told Jared this very explicitly. Like, I've leveled up as a writer because I'm able to kind of see the lens of how he sees things, and I hope he feels the same way as like what I bring to the table. You could disagree with me, Jared. It's fine, but like, it's really cool to even see my evolution here, and even just in the beats. Like, sometimes Jared would completely wow me, and I'd be like, I didn't see the page coming out this way. Or what's also nice about working with Jared is I have, for some reason, have a clear picture of what I want the page to look like. And when he gives me something, we talk about it. Like, we can just sit down, and there's a page in the first issue with the spear, right? I saw it a little bit differently, and we had a really lovely, like, well, what's the intent of this page? Like, what do we need to tell? And that was just a great kind of core memory for me in like talking out, where we had a bit of a back and forth, right? This is one of my favorite pages too. In the issue,
I think because we have a history of both being each other's soundboards for various projects. And I mean, I remember when I was Cody was my first
the first Cody,
long form book, and I remember when I was pitching it, I called Zach, or I sent it to you, I guess, and then I called you and we talked about like, well, what if he does this? What if he does that?
My wife still talks about this. I don't know if you know. So Jared just sent me storyboards. Like, it literally was like, I want to say 80 pages of storyboards. And the reason my wife remembers this is I was on the phone with Jared for like nearly 4 hours.
Yeah.
And literally she remembers me like pacing back and forth our Brooklyn apartment. We're going like beat by beat
through the
and she's just like, I just watched you, like, I watched 2 movies, and like, you're going back and the dog's looking at you like you're like crazy. And
I didn't know that detail.
It didn't feel like
because
4
I
hours.
pace when I talk too. So
that
is really funny, because my wife always can tell I'm on the phone or I'm trying to like think of a scene if I just pace rapidly in a circle, tight circle. Because I don't realize I do it.
Yeah, we have meetings, Jared, and both of us like kind of stand up. Like I feel like I've gotten off camera when we're having meetings because I'm like just talking to you as I'm like walking around my office, you know.
Yeah,
the
sure,
physical
sure.
and mental energy, just going.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Well, and it's really cool, not to interrupt, because I love this flow, just like letting you two just go off and talk about it. And it's such an interesting thing because, like you said, it, going back to the Marvel method, that's how Stan Lee and Steve Ditko did it. And it's something that I feel like is kind of maybe lost in current comics because everyone can kind of live where they want to live. You can remote zoom in and stuff. And obviously teams work differently, not being an industry, just looking in, you hear about teams, that it's more of like a handoff process. And that works really well for them where they trust the process of the other person involved and let them work on their aspect of it and give it back. And there's a little bit of back and forth, but generally it's like, I want you to, I brought you onto the project because I trust you and what you do with that process. But I love hearing your process because again, that back and forth and you said the energy, and that's something, especially as artists, I mean, being back in art college, like that was where like most of that was, that energy and that space of, like you said, being at the cons, being around similar like-minded people and being able to bounce that energy off of each other to only progress yourselves higher and higher. Whereas it can be difficult to do that when you're limited or say you don't have that connection and talk as much. So to hear that that's how this process was of, like you said, kind of coming up, with some beats and like the writing stuff and then handing that to Jared and getting the storyboards and then that back and forth of like that tag team effort of, working off of each other. And like you said, leveling up each other in the process too, because that's such a great thing that comes from this stuff too, is like you said, being able to look at your own work and go, oh, wow, like I understand this about myself now by doing this book.
It's helped. And we have both a good relationship in that we both reserve veto power essentially. Like if we're like, I just don't know if this is working or I just don't want to do this. And then we respect it between each other. Sorry, my dog is pushing me. And then we both are honest with each other. Like I don't go into a scene that I don't like or something without being like, I just think we could, I don't know, whatever. I can't think of an example right now.
Yeah.
Like, we're both very honest
give ourselves
with each
the
other
space.
and then very receptive to it. Because if he tells me something isn't working, I'm not like, I've never been more insulted in my life.
Like toss the chair, like
this, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's like there's no ego involved too. Like you're both
right.
coming to the table of with passion and going, I want this project to be the best that it is, not myself to be the best that it is, the project itself, to be the best that it is. So
yeah, and it's and sometimes you have to say the hard thing, right? Like like Jared, to quote, people don't talk that way, Zach. You know what?
That's a great line.
I get worried sometimes. He's not wrong.
Or something. Yeah. I'm like, I don't think people would say that, or I'll have to look it up, and sure enough, I'll be like, oh yeah. People did say that.
Yes.
You all had told us a little bit of the story about your collaboration. I mean, this letters to readers section back here. Care to kind of? I know you told us at OAX, but to kind of explain a little bit about this section of the comic.
I was gonna say this is in the back for people who are unaware. This is in the back, and I've cut this in half. That was the same with those great pages of Usagi and the character stuff. I just cut this stuff to be able to see it better. But yeah,
I mean, Jared and I look. We're very hyper aware that we're the first kind of team to be doing this outside of Stan, and so after some thought, and Dark Horse telling us we had more real estate in the back of the book. We wanted to find a way to connect with new and old readers, just to find some sort of thread that they could see that there's a lot of love and passion and process and fun. And so we kind of
would be like, who are these guys? Like,
that's great.
I've seen that. I've seen people say that online.
Oh yeah, no. When it was first announced, I feel I should get it framed. I have like a few comments that I screen cap. Like, who is Zack Rosenburg?
Yeah,
like,
don't go to Reddit or anything like
that. So every issue will have this kind of letter to the readers kind of journal comment.
Oh, nice.
About us kind of developing the series, or like what is like our inspiration here, and. I think this is like surprised like Stan and the family because like we're doing this like just because we love it and they really like them, and so I'm hoping that you know, as we can continue this. Like and I told this to someone else, like, it's really hard to like write a 1-page comic, like just so hard. Like, what is like you're saying? And so Jared and I, these started out as letters, and then we're like, no, let's make it a comic. And then we like had to think about, well, what's the visual, like, kind of storytelling aspect of this letter? And it's been a fun challenge and like exercise to be like, oh, we can insert a joke here, you know, when we're talking about process, you know.
I used to draw journal comics of my character, anthropomorphic character of myself, just because again, going back to French influence, I was really influenced by Louis Trondheim, who did he still does Little Nothings, and they're phenomenal, and they're like journal comics, just day in the life kind of things, but they're anthropomorphic animals. They're literally the same thing. It's like him and his friends and other French cartoonists, but as animals. Like, he's a bald eagle, and someone's a bear and someone's a whatever.
That's great.
So I used to, when I was wanting to learn watercolor, I was like, well, I wanted to have a continuing project that I had to produce, and just this consistent goal and deadline. So I was doing autobio because it was just like, it doesn't have to be phenomenal, it doesn't have to have a through line. So I was doing just these day in the life comics of just like making coffee or whatever, small things, hanging out with the baby, who was a baby, now he's 11, but I was and I had got into watercolor. I wanted to learn watercolor, so I got into learning watercolor by going, well, if I have this consistent deadline, then I have to produce this page, one watercolor page a day, or for a while, and then one every as much as I could, just to have a constant deadline. And I had a character, a bear version of myself. And then it sort of evolved. And so when we talked about doing the letter and then turning it into a comic, I thought it would be fun to do the bear character for me. And then, I just asked Zach, like, what, if you could pick a favorite animal, like who he'd want to be.
Yeah.
Like, our editor's in it, and Stan is in it at one point. So like, he's a rabbit.
Yeah, the Stan versions are they're actually like really cute. Like, I think Jared at some point needs to draw that. Like, they requested, like, we want a drawing of Stan. Yeah, it's actually like eerily spot on. Like, when I show this to people who know me and they see it, like, oh my god, like, it's just you as an owl. Like, yeah.
Well, it's such a great and friendly idea, and it fits so well with the characters and the story itself of a rabbit, Usagi and stuff. So it was fun when you showed us this at OAX, and then getting to actually read it in the back of the book when we picked it up. It's just such a because I love that. I mean, it's like you said, it's one of the things that it's always feels odd or like missing when we don't get that in a comic book. So it's always nice.
I remember when we were kids, there was like,
you
you'd write a letter, or you could write a hand letter to Marvel, and then you'd be in the back or whatever in a little tiny box or whatever. It's like, I think Thor should whatever, and like and
I hope the evolution of this,
Thomas 8 years old or whatever.
The evolution of this could be that, Jared, right? Like, maybe it's
I'd love
to facilitate
that. I like having the idea of something that's a person. That was why we wanted to do it. Was something that was like. Mostly out of the fact that we just assumed no one was going to have any idea we were, but also we wanted something to personally connect to people reading it.
Now, Tyler, whenever you read this, whenever you first saw it, did you think of Jared in that second panel holding his model? Because I thought,
I was going to call out those three panels because I just love that, like oh no, like I've got caught.
Like a little influenced by Spaceballs, like a bit. If you like remember,
I forgot about that.
When Dark Helmet's playing with like like no, I did not see you playing with your dolls again. Like, it's just such Mel Brooks humor.
Research. So,
Well, and like you said, it's something. Sorry, I was just going to say that it's almost missing because a lot of it is email. I remember I think it was Tin Can Society or Holy Roller or something. One of the comics where it was like it even suggested ripping out the page and like writing on it to like send in, and I was like, oh, that's such a cool, because it's just something, again, you don't really get nowadays. It's mostly digital. Even like sending birthday cards and stuff, like to get something like that is rare because it's just easy to send the digital stuff. So
I wanted to continue something that was produced not non-digital. Not that I have anything against digital; it's fantastic. Of course.
No,
and I guess necessary, I guess, in the economy of the art making or whatever. But I am very passionate about making these pictures or whatever, and a lot of it is literally done with my hands, where it's like a paintbrush, or a lot of my backgrounds and environments are done like with my hands, like just my fingers. That's why they look fuzzy, is usually like put in a shape and then just smear it with
Jared's
my fingers
DNA
and hands.
is
So
like
it's
on each page.
and
More
actually,
valuable.
all a lot of that, anywhere you see it fuzzy in the background or on a character, like if they're kicking, it's because I put down a big block of blue and brown paint and then just pushed it, so like there's a lot of like physicality to it that I hope sort of shines through, or like people connect with in a way that's sort of different than digital stuff. So
no, I 100% think it does, and yeah, especially leading up to this, and you talking earlier about how it's difficult for you to, you stare at a blank Word document and it's like, I just can't do that. So to know that now, especially looking at these handwritten letters that you posted about, was just like, wow, that makes that even more.
They take me a long time, an embarrassing amount of time. It takes me an embarrassing amount of time to write letters, for lettering the comic.
I'm the same way. My my handwriting is awful. So like to make it clear, I have to do like one letter slowly at a time. Because if I go fast, it's just chicken scratch.
I can't do it. And I spent like this past year, because when we agreed to do it, or I guess technically a year and a half, is when they expressed interest in it. I knew, because Stan, of course, is known for lettering and being great at lettering, and lettering grew and whatever, and lettering and hand connective art, like everything's done by hand. So I knew Zach and I said, like, for meeting one, we were like, okay, right away, we're doing everything by hand, like letters and everything that we can. I was telling Zach, and it was going to be an uphill battle for me. So I took and I still do it. I have like a couple Moleskines and grid sketchbooks that I practice as much as I can do. If I'm like too tired, if I've drawn enough that I'm tired of drawing, or painted enough that I'm tired of painting, and I can inch out just a little bit more energy, I do as many alphabets as I can, or copy scripts or whatever in the little boxes, so that it forces you to try to stay on grid and stuff. I just can't write letters, but that's helped me a lot. Like with the handwriting letters or stuff, when Cody 1 came out, I got a number of letters from like classrooms and stuff, and that was like, writing awesome. Letters back and sending drawings was like, it's like, gosh, I'm never going to be able to do anything with letters, but yeah. So now I've had like the past year, I've really hit it, where I have like a regiment of drills that I do for drawing and painting, just to try to, in between actual like work, to just try to get better. And then lettering is one of those things I do now too, consistently still. So I have lots of little gridded sketchbooks that are full of just alphabet over and over and over again, like a crazy person.
I mean, it's a great idea. I mean, it's how we learned as a kid. I mean, it's just the repetition. So I think that plays into it, is that like, because we don't do it in the everyday world, it's like you kind of lose that, ability.
Yeah.
It becomes
so
not
much
as
of lettering.
Strong,
so much of lettering I've learned, similar to drawing, is in the way you pull the stroke, or like the way you pull your arm, which is which I've never considered. It was always just like,
you
just
think the wrist.
But so much of it is getting the consistent pull of the same pull over and over again, which was hard for me, as everything has been. All of it's been hard.
Well, guys, I was just going to say real quick, Tyler, we've hit the hour and a half mark. So we're fixing to get, for anybody that's been waiting, we're fixing to get into the original art, and Jared doing a little bit of drawing. So thank you all for your patience. Thank Jared and Zach. Thank you all so much for hanging with us. If there's any point in time that you all have to jump out, just let us know, but we can keep going as long as you all can. So we are
good to go. I'm honored there are people staying around with us too. So
they're hanging with us. They
are. Yeah. Well, I mean, you two are so captivating, and you hold the attention of the audience, because you can tell that passion. Like I said, you just get into that flow state.
Yes.
And I wanted to get a little bit more into that with you, Zach, too, because as much as like we focus on the art and stuff, like it's the writing as well. And I'd be curious, diving into that of like your inspirations just as much as Jared, like you talked about of the pictures from, Osaka and the movies and everything like that. Like, was there anything similar for you that you found yourself, digging into past, iterations or anything like that that kind of got you prepped mind wise for this?
Yeah, I mean, when we signed on, we both took it upon ourselves to reread everything, like reread all the Usagi stories, just like, to really ground ourselves too. And that was like a joy, actually. It was like not even homework to me. It was like, I forgot this happened. And almost like putting stuff in my writer's toolkit. Like, I like how Stan did that. Like, is that something I can, play with and mold later on or put in my pocket? And so, it was really great kind of reliving like in sequential order. I have the original like fanographics to the Dark Horse trades. I'm not reading the sagas. I have like beat up, like,
your copy,
like very beat up copies,
That's
that I bought, remember buying. And so that was really cool. And then to the movies we mentioned, like we watched a lot, and I watched a bunch of modern stuff too. Like I kind of wanted to expose myself a little bit to more modern Japanese cinema, particularly like things that are lived in. So another great movie is a Japanese movie called Perfect Days. You can, I think, catch it on Hulu, and it's literally, the movie's just slice of life, and it's just very Japanese. And so that kind of grounded me a little bit, especially in the beats that Jared and I like revel. We like these quiet moments. And then it became of like, okay, so we have 5 issues here, right? That's all like actually pretty limited in the type of story we can tell and kind of make our own. And so it was looking to things that I really enjoyed that like had a really good arc, like really onboarded me to the movie, like had a really exciting payoff. And I think the filmmaker and writer Shane Black is really good at this. So Lethal Weapon, more particularly Kiss Kiss Bang Bang,
I was gonna reference
does
that
a
one.
really
That
good
was great.
job of like onboarding to the characters, the plot, the climax, and like it's a caper, right? And this is a caper, right? So Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was a little bit of like an influence on pacing, right? And so Jared's heard me like text this, like, I know the kind of beats that each issue take. And so, like, for example, issue 2 is just very action, which is so cool because like Jared's storytelling is phenomenal. There's a lot of cool action. But then like it needs to slow down to let the story breathe, and then it picks up again. And so really being intentional of like what we're telling readers on a month-to-month basis was very well thought of. Like, and I'm like almost insecure too, because like I'm almost critiquing myself even though I know it's at the printer already, right? And so there's, I can't stress enough like how much insane passion and like hours have been put into this. Because I feel like we're like the other kind of scary thing, and Stan and Julie are not afraid to remind us, like, we're the first team. We're ushering in this new era of like other creators that I hope get to play with these toys, and that's a lot of weight on your shoulders, right? And so I'm very lucky I have Jared there with me. Again, he makes me a better creator. So I say those are kind of, and then like the standard like Loop on the Third, like the stuff we've talked about. So like I went a little beyond like the manga and Eastern influence, and more like what story structures do I appreciate when I need to onboard to this world in like an hour and a half time frame, or in this case 5 issues, right? I hope you all see that as we get more and more into the story and like how we kind of connect those dots. I'm very proud of it, even though like I'm insecure at times. So
no, and that's and that's something we talked about with Jared. Like, and that's very much an artistic, that self-deprecation of being very critical of our own work, and
we are
understanding our limitations. And so to be able to say that, especially for something that you're passionate about, is really cool. Like you said, it's because you're passionate that you knew you cared so much enough to do the work and the legwork and get everything in for it and stuff. And same with Jared. And like you said, that weight of knowing who you're representing, you know, Stan and what his, you know, legacy is. So
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot, but it's also an honor. So
yeah, no, it's 100%. Yeah.
I've got to say before we go on to the next slide, this was my favorite character in the book.
Momo.
I love this panel itself. Yeah,
it's so good.
So that was the first character that we got. So this relates to some questions that were asked. So that was the first character that we did that we got to design, because we didn't want to be too fast and loose with throwing in a bunch of new characters, because we wanted there to be a sense, especially in the beginning, a sense of familiarity that grounded the character, all the characters rather. So someone asked if Stan put any limitations on the characters for the background. No, he didn't put any limitations. He was very open to whatever we wanted to do with it. You know, we send everything to him for approval, so I couldn't have gone like totally crazy. So everything went to Stan for approval before it made it into, you know, any kind of final drawing or whatever. But we did want to have this connection, given that they are descendants, which we get more into in the upcoming issues. But they are direct descendants from the previous line, which is sort of explained in the subsequent issues more in depth as to why and what's happening. But so that's why a lot of the characters are original character, or Stan's original characters, sorry, that he designed and created in the original series, Usagi Yojimbo. So like Kitsune, you know, Tomo, you know, Usagi, Hichi, Jen in the coming up issue. These are all characters.
And sorry to Jerry to interrupt real quick.
Sure.
Sorry, what was I think the flexibility we had was the costume designs. Like
you know, we got to play with
because of
what
the
they're
setting.
wearing.
I'm assuming like the time period and everything.
Yeah, you know, like updating to the different like fashion trends that were popular at that time, like a windbreaker for Kitsune, and you know, baggy fabric and members only jackets and Converse weapons. They wear the big clunky white Converse weapons.
And what do they like? And it was a lot of fun back and forth between us too.
Yeah, picking the kinds of outfits and you know, what they would be wearing and how they would be tied to the, you know, because they're a play on the designs. They're still similar in color. You know, like Kitsune's character wears a kind of teal and pink, and so her windbreaker that she wears, she's the fox, is teal with pink on it, and a lot of their fabrics are the same fabrics from the original kimonos, but they're on a sweater, or you know, like Tomo's wearing a button-up shirt in her police uniform, but it's the fabric that she wore in her kimono in the original series.
That's really cool.
So you know, but we didn't want to be too fast and loose with changing the design. So a lot of the designs are familiar, and there's a reason for that, which comes up later in the story. But yeah, Momo, we were like, we had designed this character, and we thought, oh, it could be this villain, it could be this villain, it could be this villain from the saga. Over the years, like, oh, we could pick this guy or this guy, and we had kind of gone back and forth on a couple major bad guys of like, oh, it could be this guy who's in this part or whatever, because they were villains that we really liked. And then I don't remember if it was originally me or not, but I was just doing a lot of Japanese animals just to have a reference for Japanese animals. And I just went on like a torrent of drawing these little, you know, dog raccoons, the little Tanuki dog raccoons, and drawing the yokai associated with them, and drawing like a bunch of expressions of them. And I just thought, oh my God, like one of them was just like, if you look at them, like a couple of them, like the raccoons here, are just like a little round, fat, little cute creatures. And I just thought like, oh my gosh, like I would love to have a character somehow in it who is maybe not like necessarily a villain or something, but he could be like associated to some, you know, ominous group or something, but that he is like this just adorable, bumbly little, you know, rotund Tanuki character who's just like stutters a lot. He can't like he's like a little bit starstruck because he's not like a major player in this like, universe. He's like this assistant to the assistant kind of guy. So he's just this sort of like bumbly little guy who's just kind of like, he's a little starstruck, and he's in this position where he's obviously part of this ominous machine, but he himself is like not very good at it. So he's kind of like, and he's just like, he says like, I'm sorry, I eat when I'm nervous. So he's constantly like eating and stuttering, and you know, he's just not very, you know. I just thought that would be really fun to draw. So we told them about it, and they were fine. They totally greenlit. They were happy with it. And then in fact they were like, if you want to make more characters, make more characters. But
that's pretty cool.
I didn't want people to go, oh, they changed everything, you know.
No.
Like, they added all this stuff.
It's one of those, it's such a fine balance. Like, especially, you know, I think especially more with movies, like when we redo a movie or remake it or something, or like translate it from an animated to live, or, you know, whatever it is, like there's that balance of how much do you change versus how much do you keep the same? Because it's such a fine line. Like you said, especially with something like this where you're placating to the previous readers who are so well known with this world and the universe, versus somebody like myself who it's all new. So, you know, you could have changed him and I'd be like, oh, I didn't know that you changed it because I'm not familiar with the character. But also, I'm sure it's also a creative liberty where that's where the fun comes in, of being able to inject your sensibilities or style or choices and go, hey, like, can we maybe make this character and, you know, put a little bit of our, you know, footprint in the book, so to speak. So
yeah, and really even fun. You know, someone mentioned the Shiba Inu, like the different breeds we can kind of bring into the fold.
Oh yeah, that was something we discussed a lot. Given that the world is now open, modern, like, and much more, you know, there's airplanes and you know, international business and travel is much more prevalent, and tourism is much more prevalent, you know. So it's like not just missionaries or like the odd visitor to Japan, where it's like they were sort of cut off in a way in the Edo period. And that we spent a lot of time talking about like what we could do with like dog breeds, for example, or cat breeds, or different animals that we could have, because you know, it's not all directly, I think, obviously, like logically tied, because there's a rhino is one of the main characters. He's one of like the best characters in the whole thing. But I was really interested in like, oh, what kinds of different, you know, dog breeds could we do, and then how could we play with scale as well, in terms of like big muscly ones, or small scrawny ones, or.
And I think if we can continue, like, we want to push that. Like, I think to the question that popped up, Stan hasn't really barred us from anything. You know, it was like almost us being overly cautious because we were still feeling out our relationship with the team.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, and I think like nothing really explicitly said and nothing was explicitly asked because we were all getting to know each other. Remember, we cold emailed this pitch. And so, you know, our editor was like at a point, like our only point of contact until things like, as we were sending materials and discussing more, like Stan would chime in, or Jerry and Daniel who work in the Dogu, or Julie even, or Emmy would like kind of jump in and tell us a thought and like what they're thinking. And so I think just the collaborative aspect, like I feel more safe, like that Jared and I can see what we can do moving forward, right? You know, and how we can play with that, and that excites me. And again, it comes back to like, thanks for the support. You know, your support actually allows us to tell more stories. So,
absolutely.
We don't know exactly. I was going to say, someone asked what time frame,
go on.
what issue we might know when we're going to do more. We don't know. I mean, it could be later tonight. I don't know. We don't know. It could be like after Comic-Con, maybe, or something. We don't know. We won't know.
Right.
Until,
but we have 20 issues plotted out. So.
But we do.
There you go.
So I don't know. We won't know until they tell us. We're just kind of we're just happy to be doing what we're doing, and grateful. Have nothing but gratitude for what we're doing. I still have to finish 5, by the way. I'm still like, I don't know.
I was going to say, if everything was finished.
I have 10 more
on the wall there.
There we go. Oh, they have the age old, like, what can we see in the background?
Yeah.
Jerry, blur it out.
Too late.
I have, I've got 10 more pages to paint. And,
okay.
You know, we're on track. So that's good.
Sweet.
They were not behind. That's important.
That's always good. Yeah.
Before we get to the next page in the art, I just got to point out, check out the food there. That is such an incredible. Doesn't it make you hungry to look at that?
It's such an anime manga like thing, like that. All their food just, I mean, in Studio Ghibli, as most people know, it's like, man, you just look at it and you're like, man, can I just go into the screen and take that out? Like, that looks delicious.
It really does. I don't even like fish, and I would eat that right now. That looks so good.
Well, I do like
Incredible
fish, and I
job.
would eat all that sushi up 100%. So
Well, here we had the Nico game, and then last but not least, the MacGuffin that we'll be talking a little bit about. And as Jared's showing the art, Zach, if you want to talk to some of the characters and the pages and some of the writing too, just to kind of push and get into the art a little bit. But yeah, did you all how did this idea come up for this spear for the I guess the arch of the story?
That's something, by the way, old school readers immediately picked up on, and you will if you flip through old stuff. But go ahead, Zach. You can.
Yeah, I mean, so
came from.
this was, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jared. Like, this was part of the original pitch I gave you, in the sense of like, how are we connecting the dots here? And again, cold email, like we're trying to be respectful and find a way to tie the lore together. And that's all I'll kind of say. And the Japanese art of kintsugi is like very fascinating to me.
Yeah.
For folks who don't know, it's like taking broken pottery and then inlaying gold and replacing it together. And so it's stunning. You can find
it's
this
such a beautiful artwork if you haven't looked it up before. Like, yeah.
And there's a philosophy behind it, right? Like depending on who you ask, rebuilding from the old, kind of this rebirth aspect to it. And so there's again a lot of intention there too. And so the MacGuffin, in a way, right? It really drives the plot. Like, you need that, especially when we're onboarding to something, that lends itself to be mostly new. And so you'll see how this spear, becomes, quite a thing. That's all I can kind of say. And then people have picked up on it, which is fun, because I think, like, going into this, Jared and I were very excited that we hoped we can honor the hardcore fans or the fans, and then bring in new readers, and then those new readers read the original stuff. Like, that's the biggest form of compliment I can get, is having a new reader want to then go to Stan Originals and pick up those trades and like experience the world and then see the dots that we've connected, right? And if we continue to tell more, how do we push that, and how do we honor that, is something that excites me. And Jared, I'll let Jared explain this, but like, this first cover is an homage to actually the first cover of Usagi.
There's among the Usagi readers, there's a famous, the Albedo cover where Usagi is coming around from a door. I forget the Japanese word for it, but the
screen door,
it's like a screen door that has the rectangles on it, and he's just walking around in front of it, and so this was an homage to that cover, and kind of a tribute. Just a couple of them are direct tributes to Stan's covers. So like, this one is a tribute to a cover of Yukichi's first appearance. He did a cover, and it was his second print, so it went into second printing, and the second printing for IDW at the time, he did a cover. It was quite simple. It's like an orange kind of sunsetty background, and there's Yukichi's in the front, and Usagi is standing kind of behind him holding his swords, looking off in the other direction. And I've always like loved that cover, and I can't turn this camera around, but I have the concept sketch for it above my desk. And I adore it. But it's behind me above me. Anyways, you could look up Yukichi. I think it's like number 21 or 22. I have the comic, actually. I just don't.
It's number 20, I think.
20. And anyways, if you look that up, or if you just look up Yukichi's first appearance, you'll see it. But this is a tribute to that. A modern context. So you have like a famous Osaka landmark in the background, which is this Hitachi tower there. These are all like locations that are there. It's kind of funny. I saw someone on I think it was Reddit, but someone on Reddit was saying that they thought my art looked like it was AI, because the background looks too blurry and imperfect, which I thought was funny. I was like, no, man, I just can't draw.
That needs to be framed, Jared, like in a picture.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was. I think he was pointing out like the subway windows are not perfectly lined up, and I was like, a lot of this is like improvised,
background wise, I usually will just sort of like put in like I imagine the cube of the bridge and then the cube of the subway, and then I just paint that shape, and then the windows are like an afterthought. So like I don't usually render them in drawing. I usually just do it with a paintbrush or my hand, like just smearing it or whatever. And a lot of this stuff is just like flicking a brush or shaking a brush over it, so it just spatters little bits of paint everywhere to get like different textures. Like I do a lot with like I'll spray it with water so that it's wet in certain areas, and then like paint at it, so you get all these kind of like little fuzzy bits of random texture from just like flicking paint at it.
This is the original art. Somebody asked if the original. This is all the gorgeous original art. So.
Yeah, this is the original cover for one. On this is Arch's. I use Arch's cold press watercolor paper, which I might have a thing. I've been burning through it, so I don't have like a.
I was going to say with that amount of pages,
I buy the pads in bulk, so I usually have tons. But I've been working my way through this. And then another thing I'm working on for Top Shelf right now. But yeah, so these are these are the covers, and I have all the covers here, and concept art. One thing that happened in the translation is that we started out with the original idea, having a lot like so. Here's some of the concept art.
Yeah, I love these pieces.
Yeah, that's great. I remember that one.
And as soon
These
as
would be the very first, ever drawings.
And was this stuff sent with the cold call? Like, was this part of it, or was this after?
Well, so I made a little, like Zack wrote it, and then I sort of pieced together a little fancy like file that was like kind of like laid out like a magazine, where it was like picture and then a couple paragraphs of words, and like over a series of images. So, and in the original one, I had him in like a cool jacket, and he had like the mon, and then he was carrying, these are his swords from Yojimbo, the willow branch, and it kind of felt like initially, it kind of felt like starting out a like Zelda or something, but starting out with like the best tunic and the master sword and the best shield and everything. And so we were like, we really wanted this thing to be a process of discovery. So like a lot of the story is like we decided to go back to like, let's get him back, strip him back down to nothing, because initially it was like I was just drawing all the cool stuff I could see in my head that I thought would be cool for lack of a better word. And so he had like the sword, and he had like a cooler jacket, and had all the gear and stuff. Still drove the same car, the little rabbit or whatever. And then the characters evolved. Like we had this I had these initial concepts of a Tomo-like character, but Tomo is like a very independent, strong character in the original series, and it kind of felt like in my concept sketches, which was nothing related to Zack's pitch, because he went in the right direction, but in my initial concept, she was much more like of a damsel sort of, which it didn't feel fitting for the character. So, but Zack kind of had the idea of making her like much more like the original Tomo, but in this case, she's a police officer, so she's much more of like I have her on one of the other covers here.
Yeah, and for her, I think playing into like she's this arrogant police detective, which I think is really fun trope to play with in the 80s.
Yeah, kind of going back to the Lupin.
And there's almost like, look, she's a female in a male workplace in the 80s too, right? So thinking about this chip on her shoulder, right, aspect that she has, I think as we get to know her more in our story.
She reminds me of Carmelita Fox from Sly Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you nailed it there. Yeah.
So this is her and him on issue 4.
Issue 4 cover, yeah.
And they go on this adventure. I don't get too much into like where they are, but this is the cover for it. So the part of this kind of adventure that they go on. And I also thought it would be interesting to play with. Obviously, some things get sort of shown in the covers that you're seeing ahead of time, but I did
the solicits,
I did think it was an interesting kind of play. Another sort of turn for the character was that in the original series, they are like extremely close, for like best friends. Like they have a sort of like will they won't they kind of like ships
a Ross and Rachel
in the night.
like,
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
and so we thought it would be really interesting. I mean, at their core, they're very close friends, though. And
Yeah.
there's one Usagi, one of my all-time favorite Usagi, which I wish I could tell you which saga it's in, but it's in the original series. But there's one, it's a whole 25-page or whatever comic, and it's just dedicated to a tea ceremony, and it's just the two of them having tea together, and it's so good. And it's like the kind of elaborate steps that, you know, culturally would happen, but it's literally just them having tea together, and it's so good. It's so interesting.
so good.
And it really showcases their closeness. Anyways, we thought it would be interesting for them to start out on opposite sides. So in ours, they start out opposing one another, kind of like start out in complete opposition of one another, and then they're like with the Master Sword kind of simile or whatever, is their friendship is something that has to then be earned. Rather than them just starting out together,
Just,
you know.
Yeah. Well, kind of like you
teammates.
talked about too, of at the beginning of like stripping Usagi himself, like taking him back to more of a beginning place, which makes sense when creating a new story, I imagine, of being able to have more to work with in terms of character development, and as well as character development between, you know, two characters like in this situation. So
Yeah.
Just to segue into this cover, can we talk about the lighting in this cover? 'Cause,
yeah,
like,
I was gonna
holy
say
heck.
the lighting and
Like,
yeah,
Oh,
color.
this is
Good
really
lord.
fun. This is one of those that I like extensively had storyboarded, and then I'd pitched to Zach, and I think initially you had a sort of different vision, but in my mind I was like, no. We have to we have to have this, like I see it so clearly. We have to have this like stuff that happens. I can't get into it obviously, but like setting wise, so it was like there are certain aspects that have to happen. And one of them is this sort of like I guess you'd say like the arrival. I mean, it's like, it's not, so this character, I'm just going to put it out there since you said you're not like an avid reader. This character is a recurring villain who is like,
Gotcha. Okay.
maybe most everybody's favorite villain. You know, he's my favorite villain, which is why he ended up in this. And Jay is his name. And
I was gonna say I've seen a few comments,
Jay
alluding
Spear.
to him. So
Yeah.
So if you want like an entry level, like in between our books, see if you can get your hands on a used copy of Grass Cutter, or if you want to go all the way, I think Stan has a couple copies of the there's an artist edition that's the original scans. It's right next to me. It's phenomenal.
awesome.
But if you get Grass Cutter, you'll get a good crash course 101 in who Jay is and what he means to the series and those characters. But oh god, it's heavy. Grass Cutter though is
wow,
I would
that's
highly
gorgeous.
recommend if you're looking for something in between ours, is pick up a copy of Grass Cutter. This is the artist edition, so it's like, I mean, it's like the scans, so it's amazing.
Yeah, like the original.
But you can really get a sense of the character Jay, and he, I think if I remember right from interviews and podcasts and things, he had designed Jay as like this reoccurring kind of like, it, you know, because it was in the 90s, and like Jason, what's his is it Voorhees or whatever? I've never really been a big horror person, but like you know, like a Michael Myers kind of character.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, he's dead and everyone's safe, and then they look back and he's gone or whatever. You know, it's like this reoccurring, like he can't be stopped, you know, kind of character. So I've loved that character, and I love his dynamic, and I visually, you know, if you read Grass Cutter and then like getting to play with that was so fun. The dynamic of having those characters, I'm trying to like needle around the parts that I can talk about that are, because there's some big stuff coming in issue 2 that I would really love to talk about, but I can't. But a lot of that stuff really like gets played with in a big way in issue 2. So like we have a lot of like major kind of story elements that come up in issue 2. And the picture starts to become much clearer. Like I tried to have it so that each issue there's an allusion to the coming of this character, which was sort of, I guess, spoiled by them releasing this cover. already, but it was supposed to be more of a slow build, and that there are things that start to pop up, like when in the first issue, which I have here. So like
there's no art on the screen too, Jared, because the one picture before you took it away, the cover, that's really impressive. Someone had asked, how do you scan that art in without losing that detail and colors?
Oh yeah, you have to tinker. You got to figure out, and it might be something that you have to get like a software for, but you have to be cautious of the brightness of the scanner and the kind of scanner that you're using. And that I've had a lot of times where I'll scan stuff and it always ends up looking really bleached out, and like you lose a lot of the kind of color character. So you have to kind of get a scanning situation where you can tinker with the brightness levels of it.
Okay.
So one thing I will say is I wanted to have these little things that start to allude. Like, so if you had read Grass Cutter and I've seen it in the comment section and on the Dojo Facebook group and things where people have got to that page of him explaining the heist and you see it's the Black Spirit. A lot of people immediately go, "Oh my God, it's Jay." And so if you had read Grass Cutter or whatever, you would have reacted that way. But what I did want is for people like you who haven't read it is like, so Jay has a very iconic smile. And Jay is like, it's this kind of entity and it sort of possesses these characters. And so it's not just the wolf character. Like he's a woman at one, he is this like auntie character at one point to another character. He can move from character. It's like this entity. And it's this, it's an entity that it is trying to kind of like take its seat amongst the gods. And to do that, it is like passing judgment on mortals, and so he has passed judgment. So this is like a really oversimplification, because it is culturally steeped in really interesting narrative. But just to oversimplify it, he's after Usagi, and like a dog after a bone. Like he is hunting him throughout the series, and he won't die. And so, anyway, so I wanted to have like for the readers who we haven't got to the spear yet, is Jay has this like iconic smile. He has this sort of like, not like jokery grin, but he has this very iconic,
this
creepy,
terrifying, intimidating
grin that he has. And so I wanted to have like, as he's knocked out by this husky that he fights, I wanted to have, as he's like passing out, you see just a flash of the creepy grin, I'm
gonna say that panel stood out to me, and again, being somebody new, I was like, oh man, the drugs are kicking in, like he's kind of hallucinating and like
that was exactly what I was thinking.
But it's cool that there's more to it there with this setup.
And then the silhouette in the shadow
is supposed to be reminiscent of like this the long cast shadow is supposed to be reminiscent of the silhouette of Jay. Which is like a very strong character design, like very
Jared,
triangular.
Go to the museum part, by the way. And this is just us again. I think just trying to illustrate like how intentional we are in the visual aspect of things. So like there's a lot of hints that people are paying attention. And there's a lot of nods. The museum art I think people picked up on, which was really cool. So if you look here, if you look at the wall scroll on the bottom panel, Jared, you want to point it out? Yeah. That's an homage to a previous issue and story.
Yeah.
And
so I wanted to have like when they're in the museum, like in my imagination, like you saw this world has kept going for whatever 300 years or whatever, and like you would go into a museum now if you go to Osaka and you see like silk paintings, you'd see like birds and maybe samurai or like watercolors, like you could see like Miyamoto did watercolors later in his life. You can see these watercolors of the around the Edo era. And I thought it'd be interesting if when there are scenes in the museum and you see things like silk
wall paintings, screen paintings or whatever, if they were like Usagi covers and stories. So this is a story from Usagi where there's like
That's really cool.
it's like Godzilla
Yes.
kind of character.
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna say,
Sumi.
kaiju
Sumi
looking,
is the
yeah.
name of it, I think.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I think it's
my
called
brain's
Sumi.
fried.
But
Yeah.
anyways, there's a face off between a giant kind of Godzilla type character and then a massive samurai. And it's super cool. And anyway, so there's like little tributes to Edo era, but with anthropomorphic animals in it instead of humans. Which you see more of in the future. There's more stuff in the future issues that involve old art that kind of like references old silk screen paintings and things, and they have like anthropomorphic animal people in them.
So cool.
While Jared's going through
So
this
good.
first issue, by the way, I just want to tee up for everyone. We got explicit permission from our editor to showcase the first page of issue 2. This is happening exclusively on the Good Buddy Comics Presents podcast. And so we're really excited to show you that page. So please stay tuned to see
We'll
that,
be there
and
in
we'll
a
kind of
little
walk
bit,
you
yeah.
through it.
Yeah.
But just wanted to tee that up as we,
Yeah.
go through
Thank
this
you,
arc.
Thank
Zach.
you for that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
because when you let us know that, I was super excited, especially being able to just see these original pages and then get that glimpse of that first page. So
This was
Because
by the
when
way,
Jared shows, go on, Jared. Sorry.
this was, by the way, my first car. I insisted on getting it, and I wanted it so bad. And a lot of this car in our story, the rabbit, is based on this car because I insisted I get this car, and I was working at Blockbuster, and I was like, I'll pay for it. And I really wanted this 300 ZX, which we can't
it looks
use.
awesome. It looks like a great car.
We
like,
can't
visually.
use brand names, so this is this is a free lady. I didn't have the fancy one. I had a regular 300,
Okay.
but I had a red 300, and it was a nightmare. I ruined my parents' life because it never would start. It always had problems. My mother would joke that it was called a 300 because it cost $300 a week to repair it, because it was every time I would come out of school it wouldn't start. And
some issue.
yeah, it was always busted up, and I loved it, but I worked at a Blockbuster, and in my high school I would have to park every day on a hill because it would almost never start. So I would have to jog alongside of it and push it and then put it in second gear really fast to get it to turn on, because for whatever reason, we replaced the starter almost every month. It was just this total lemon. But anyways, I thought it would be fun if not to give my parents night terrors to have
say they read it
to see that car
Yeah.
again. So that's what this is. So throughout the series, I wanted something tangible in the world that makes you really feel the kind of the fullness of the environment in the world that you can connect with. So one of the things I thought would be fun would be that they have this car, but the car won't ever start and is always giving them trouble. So they have this car, and when they're in the heat of the moment of this initial
I love that
heist, they both make a clean escape, a perfect escape, and then they jump in the car, and as these villains are approaching the car, it won't start, and so they have to jump out, and I wanted it to also sort of showcase the dynamic between the two
That's
cousins.
great.
And that he's and then I thought it'd be fun. I always like the idea of having an A and B. I think a lot of time I spent a lot of time thinking about that in my mind, animating a scene in my head and storyboarding of what's the A and what's the B movement, and then also action. So movement, and that on a simple level, if someone lifts their left hand, a lot of time people always have a B or a counter movement. So you usually will do something with your other hand. So they don't look like action figures. So anytime there's I'm always thinking about movement and counter movement. So A and B movement, and then also A and B sequencing of that there's an A sequence that's happening maybe in the foreground, and then a B sequence of
what's going on in the background, which I thought I had up here, but the first page of it is an example of that, and then this is another example of that I thought would be fun to play with. Like, if the action is going on in the foreground, then like what could the B sequence be of like happening in the background that I used like finger paint to paint the characters, so they're like a little bit fuzzy and not as refined as the characters in the car. So you have like, he's like fighting for his life in the background, and Yukichi's just kind of like tapping the steering wheel.
It's like,
and being
come on, like, let's get going.
Yeah, any day now, and like also references this sort of like, because he, in the old books, he has this kind of like contentious, antagonistic, I guess you'd say, sort of like friendship relationship to the character Jen. Which has carried over into this iteration of them, which is that they are almost friends out of necessity, but they also actively like don't want to talk to each other, like they can't get along to get through a job.
Frenemies,
Yeah, exactly.
And Jared, if you don't mind me kind of jumping in here, because I want to talk about these first 5 pages too, on like actual written story intent. And so like Jared had mentioned that like we want to establish their relationship here, and so you're in a pivotal moment in any series, right, where you're introducing characters and you're establishing dynamics, and so this is going to set the tone for the book, right? And so I took a cue from Phil Lord and Chris Miller for Into the Spider-Verse with Miles Morales. They were on a podcast where they talked about the first minute we meet Miles Morales in the movie, he's listening to that Post Malone song, and he's not singing it right, but like it's iconic enough where like we relate to him. Like that seems intentional. Like that's the reason we're first meeting Miles at that, is because we need to relate to him. And so with that in mind, the writing here is like we need to relate to these two individuals. Like what am I grounding in their relationship? And so Jared and I talked at length about this, right? Where like, what is this opening scene, and like why, and it's really just establishing that tone and that like almost sibling dynamic they have, And so I like to highlight that because I think Jared does such a great job of talking about what's happening on the foreground and like what our eyes are drawn to, and everything is intentional with us. Like we really, they were really all night conversations. So like
I'm just
I like watching.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, did you have it the orange? Was that what I noticed?
Yeah, I did. Someone pointed that out to us, and so man, I have tried so hard. It is so hard to draw the driver on the right side because I've been putting the driver in the right spot, and I have been so meticulous on putting them in the right spot every time, and someone wrote us from China.
We got a
very friendly letter.
Yeah, we got
just so you know,
an awesome, like amazing letter from a fan who actually like went through the first issue and really gave us like this passionate breakdown and was positive and lovely and had some like critiques, which was this note of like, hey, did they just magically swap? And we all were like, no, like
his jacket was, if you look at your book, it's orange. So technically Yukichi jumps in, scooches over, and then they take off this way, and I have the elbow sticking out is orange. So technically I accidentally swapped them.
Yeah. But it was such a fun,
putting a little bit of blue gouache. Yeah. So now it's right.
Yeah.
It'll be right in the trade.
Yeah.
I guess, but
yeah, we've already fixed it for the trade.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Well, there you go. Let's say they're like, it's printed, no changing. But hey, there you go. You can change it for the trade. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Even it's a fun little thing to go back to issue 1 and look at and go like, hey, look at that thing that a fan,
Yeah, but what's fun is like
fun because they are living pages, like I do come back because some things irritate me, and even though no one's probably gonna ever see these originals necessarily. I mean, maybe at a con or whatever, but like it is something that's like a living object, and then I do see it and go, to like take some oil pastel or something and sort of, you know, go back and fix
Touch
it.
up something.
Like touch something. I can't hardly look at stuff I've done in the past because it drives me insane. So I usually just chuck it, but not like literally.
That must be an artist. That must be an artist thing, because I remember Derek Loughlin was reviewing some pages too, I think, for I Hate Fairyland 42 with us on live, and he had to go back and fix something, and the pages had already been sent out and published in the comics.
He
But
inked it in. Yeah, it was like there was he forgot to ink in an area, and he was like, "Let me just ink this in real quick." So
yeah, so it's the artist mentality.
That's something else I was starting with doing with this, because Stan uses ink, and I don't really use ink at all. So that was something else that was a learning curve, because I've never used nibs and pens and ink. I use only watercolor, and I, you know, and when I'm doing watercolor, I typically do ultramarine and burnt umber like 50-50 to get like a black kind of color. So so that's been like something I've had to sort of learn, is working with ink, because I wanted it to have that same familiar contrast that you get with you. I mean, it's not going to have the same level of contrast because Stan works predominantly black and white.
yeah,
So I'm not going to probably ever achieve that level of contrast, but there are things I can play with, like edge control or stuff, or like this. A lot of the background was painted by like finger painting, so that these characters are much more crisp, you know. And this is another A-B kind of sequence where you have A, conversation happening, and then B in the background is the sequence of him, you know, fighting these guys and stealing this object, and then coming back and then coming into the scene. And as he comes into the light source, I drew him
when he's focused.
Ink on top, but in the background it was painted a little, like by placing in a shape and then using my fingers to kind of like smear it in, and that gives it this sort of fuzziness to it.
It's
like
one of my favorite things that you've pointed out. It's such a great technique to, like you said, be able to work within the medium of watercolor, and you know, rather than another technique that might work for ink or, you know, whatever it is would be, that this just works so well for watercolor in the page itself, of, like you said, adding that bit of fuzz to make it a background element versus something that's in the foreground. So
I like having that freedom to play with that. It is possible to really do it successfully with ink. You know, I think Stan does a lot with, in terms of like texture or cross hatching. And then I think like the people that really inspire me, like Cyril Pedrosa, does a lot with sort of playful, interesting texture and fuzz with ink, and then crisper edges on the closer objects. So it is something you can do. I just don't have a lot of ink experience. And a lot of my experience comes from like outdoor painting, like plein air painting, of just like painting whatever I can, you know, objects or things I see. And so I can practice a lot there, and then try to take those lessons and sort of integrate them in these things, these pictures or whatever.
No, for sure. And I know at some point we'll touch on it, but again, the lettering, the hand lettering for everything. Just curious again how that, you know, just overall that process, you know, like you said, you know, you already talked a bit about, you know, working in your Moleskine line book, you know, writing letters and over again, is, you know, the meticulous process to this to make sure, you know, you don't mess up. Do you do the lettering first and then do the art, and then do the lettering?
Yeah, it's well, I do it the kind of classical way, which in truth, I had to look up YouTube tutorials on how to do, because I have not really done it in a sense. That's awesome. Because I struggled with letters, I was just like, well, I'm just not going to do it. And I would do it like in a digital overlay. And that way, if I had to do changes, which I find I have a lot less changes when I'm hand doing it than I did when I do them digitally. I just got like through doing edits on Kodi 2, and it was like, man, I put those people through it. Like, it was a lot of like, you know, messed up words or whatever. But anyways, you know, I went through like YouTube, and then Jim on Cartoonist Kayfabe, they had like a lettering special. Jim is like a master, I guess you'd say almost like a crossover between both comic artists and Jim Rugg. I'm talking about. He is a master like cartoonist / graphic designer. So he brings a lot of. Jim did the first variant for our first one, so he did the kind of Miami Vice inspired And he brought in a lot of like his sort of classic thing, which is like bringing in design elements. And
there you go. Yeah,
he is a very talented both like comic illustrator and writer, and also like graphic designer. I'm envious of people who are like good at that kind of stuff, because I feel like I'm awful at it. And but the I just use like the classic tools, and then nibs, and I just bought like I just bought like one of like every nib I could find, and then I did a bunch of test sheets, and I probably still have some test sheets where I was practicing in those journals. This one got covered in ink. There was letters under that. You can kind of see.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Anyways, like I just did like just sheet after sheet of practicing letters. Oh man, everything's falling down.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that. Holy cow.
So, yeah. Here's one of the original Sasuke designs, by the way. He's a character who comes up in the future. Anyways, so yeah, sheet after sheet of like just practicing. And some of these are like quotes from a script, and or like thoughts of something I was like listening to, or just alphabet, or copying parts of like various books or whatever. Or just like thinking out loud, like trying to figure out what worked or whatever, and then just practicing the alphabet over and over and over again, and then practicing with a bunch of different nibs.
I was gonna say, for the special or sound effects stuff,
because one thing I did was I got some of these big round nibs I've never really worked with before, and I sort of incidentally kind of broke them trying to play with them, and they're bent a little bit, so they don't make good marks anymore. Yeah. But then I was like, I kind of like that, because they're messed up, they make really messed up shapes, and they also spit a lot as I'm going. So like they
like that 80s grit.
They're supposed to like be circular, like and nice, but I sort of messed them up, and then now I'm just keeping them as like an interesting texture for lettering.
Oh, I mean, I love it. It's one of my favorite, like, and Jorge Corona's art, like with Lobo and stuff like that. I love that stuff. And similar to Disney, where they lost that sensibility of their pencils that they would then turn into the inks itself, and you get that texture and grit to it, between the clean line stuff, which looks fine as well. But it's just, I love that gritty look to art. So
yeah, I like, and then. Yeah, so now like when I'm doing stuff like the car, like the vroom or whatever on the car, like it doesn't it's all scattered, and it sort of spits ink as it goes now, because I bent the thing a little bit.
When I love like the smoke too, like that overlap, like again that like embedding of the more naturalistic approach to it, rather than just have it be separate. It's part of the environment itself, which just really lends itself to the page.
Yeah, it's fun. Well, I think that's most of issue 1. We could take a look at. I mean, at least.
Yeah. Do you want to show the last page of issue 1, and then we can segue to the first page of issue 2?
Sure.
If that's okay, gentlemen, Tyler and Dustin.
No, yeah, that'd be great.
Because it ends on a like comedic beat, and we have to like almost pick up on that a month later.
Okay.
So.
I have to kind of creep along, because they're all in here, and I'm afraid.
I was going to say, you don't want to open it up.
And it'll flap open into the middle of like 3 with like some kind of major.
Oh, there you go. There's the first page. Yeah.
So this is how we end, which is again alluding to this ominous character that he makes his blood boil. Just does not want to see this person again. Like has a bad relationship with him, and also reiterating Yukichi's constant like love of food, because I just thought in all the like studying of stuff like Tom Popo, I thought it would be fun to have him be like,
he's such a foodie.
Yeah, they just like that shop at 10,000 yen, so I'm curious.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Well, is that canon, or is that something that you all created just for this character in this era, that he just likes
for the character?
Yeah, he likes to eat all the time.
Yukichi is a lot. I think Yukichi, our version of Yukichi, is a little different from the original, in that Yukichi in the original is much more stoic, and he is younger, so there is that same dynamic of
there is that dynamic.
Usagi is older, much more like hardened, but Usagi has like basically Yukichi's kind of like, he has just come out of sword school recently, and he is much more like black and white, like good and evil. This is the way you do this, whatever. Where Usagi has like lived a lot more life.
Okay.
So he's like lived in that kind of, like, been forced through just the trauma in life to live in more of the gray area of not everything is solid.
It's so cut and
this
dry.
or that,
Yeah.
or cut and dry. And sometimes, or, so like Yukichi would be like more prone to like be deceived or something. Like he's much more like he's younger in that regard, where Usagi's a lot more kind of
A
battle
bit more
hardened.
naive and
Naive.
Yeah, exactly.
younger.
There's this naivety to it. Yeah.
So I wanted to continue that same idea in this character, but I thought in a modern era of being raised in the late 70s or whatever, and being just young in general, it would I think manifest in like a little bit more like brighter kind of kiddie. So he's like a little bit more youthful, which is sort of the added flavor difference.
There's this
between the
level
two.
of innocence to him, but also like this recognition of like the world he's kind of orbiting, right? And so, and this is where Kaito kind of misconstrues how I think you perceives the world. There's almost this like disconnect between the roles they operate in, and they have to grow past that.
I wanted to have
so,
that explicitly sort of played up in that. Initially, the concept of difference is that I wanted it to be a sort of opposite, and you have like, the big guy and the little guy, or the whatever, like a contrasting character, and that he provides a straight man, so to speak, to, like Usagi, I guess would be the straight man to the wacky guy. So there's like one is a little more playful, where he kind of counterbalances the others. And those two opposites, much like their like color is the opposite of one another, orange and blue, they kind of vibrate against one another. And that this Usagi is much more like wearisome and has lived through more, and so he's like a little more kind of world weary, where the other one, where Yukichi's a little more innocent and kind of still playful. But throughout issue 1, we're trying to reiterate this kind of connection where they have this kind of protective role or relationship, where Usagi is kind of caring for him. And I wanted you, the reader, to also like, through his little like kind of silly wacky things like eating 3 bowls of ramen and doing things like that, I want people to kind of like fall in love with the character, so that going through these adventures, we share the same kind of roller coaster mentally that they have to go through, where we want these, where you hopefully fall in love with the characters, and you want the best for them, and you want to connect to those characters, and you want them to like do well and everything. And so that was kind of a thing I wanted, was to have these kind of playful moments highlighted throughout the issue that connect you to the character and then their dynamic.
And it worked really well too, because I mean the reoccurring theme of him always wanting food, and just having like, whenever he was talking about Kaito's like fighting and he's sitting there tapping, I mean, just I didn't know if that was because I'm not familiar with the character as Stan wrote him, so I loved that dynamic that you had between those two characters. And whatever spin was put on it, that was really well done, guys.
That's a little different. Original Yukichi would have joined the fight.
Joined the fight,
That's what I was wondering.
But there's this level of innocence that I like about you in how we're tackling him, and if we get to tell more, which again we've plotted this out, we have some really fun thoughts of like pushing their dynamic. And what does it mean when someone might be growing more than the other person, and like how does that tension kind of come out, right, and play into a plot, right? And so you, to me, is kind of the heart and soul of our story. He's a driver for a lot of decisions being made, and I think there's this beautiful moment that you'll see play out of like the love that the two of them have for each other in a familiar, like a family way, right?
I think me as a father too, even though the paternal doesn't really connect to their relationship, but when your whole like heart and biology is centered around protecting someone that then is developing independence and getting to a point where they're going beyond where you can reach and leaving the umbrella and in certain aspects, and then eventually going on. And that there are where you want to protect this person, but you know, they're also their own person.
Well, it totally comes across in this first issue, because I mean, like, just, you know, you saw like his meeting, Kaito's meeting with Momo, and, you know, like, hey, do you want this for the kid's life? And how his reaction to, like, hey, don't talk about him. I was like, no, I'm talking, like, I'm not getting this across. Like, I'm trying to help you to help him, because I can clearly see how much you care about him. Right. And the fact that, like, you've been watching out for him and stuff. And I know you don't want this for him, this life, this hardship. You want him to be successful and stuff. So it 100% comes across, like, again, not knowing these characters beforehand, and just reading it and knowing where it goes. And especially you going over it again with the art and everything. So
there's almost this
Momo's I wanted it to be Momo's incidental exposing of his kind of weakness accidentally.
It's his Achilles heel. That's exactly
his reaction to it. Exactly.
And
like nothing really presses a button until he brings up, he doesn't even technically threaten him, he just brings up his name, and immediately he launches at him.
His response is, are you threatening me?
Well, the flashback that you all show too is really important to show that relationships from 6 years ago has kind of developed over that same perspective.
That's weird, where he immediately kind of grabs
with his legs.
Just picking up with the legs. The
I had fun with that. His little legs. You know.
I love that.
So you know, so this would be the end of the first one. We end on them talking about this mysterious person that he doesn't want to talk to, and then that brings us to issue 2.
Let's say the big reveal.
So we're back at HQ, and, you know, which is Osaka Bay Docks, Sakai Ward, ironically.
Which is a real place. It was funny. We had all these like coincidences that came up when we were talking about the idea. Initially, we had the idea together. Like, I had seen an old car at like a painting event or whatever. I think I probably already told this story on the previous one, but I had seen the Volkswagen Rabbit, and I didn't know what it was. I painted it in a sketchbook because I liked it. I thought it was cool, and then I looked it up and I found out it was a rabbit, and then that got me going, like, because it was when they were doing a lot of that 40th anniversary, and I was like, okay, that would have been 84, and it was an 84 rabbit, and I was like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if there was a Usagi that was driving around in this rabbit? And I sent some sketches to Zach, and he was the one that sort of took that seed and made it a story.
That's
so to speak.
Cool.
And then I was like, I Googled Osaka, and literally the first thing that popped up, I thought it was, I had like typed it in wrong, was Sakai Lighthouse and Sakai. And I was like, oh, there's like an actual like,
there's too much serendipitous things.
We've had all these little things pop up where it's like these little like things that are like weirdly close to what we were wanting to do and tied to it. And then also, not to mention the fact that like Justin, our editor, had also had a not 80s specific, but a similar idea he had been playing with in his mind, of like, he had been thinking about some sort of modern take, and didn't quite have like the visual inventory for it yet. And then we sort of reached out right at the timing. It just sort of happened where we were like, hey, what about this? And he was like, I've been thinking about this. You know?
And so this page, picking up on the comedic beat, I think you kind of see the tension, right? The tap, 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 use in the middle.
The impatience,
And I love the tiny taps. I just like, Jared nailed it.
Yeah.
It's so great because they're almost hidden in a way. But it's just there, and it makes sense. Like, it plays into that, like, that it's annoying almost to like read it. It's like, oh, he's tapping. Like, you can just hear that kind of.
Yeah, I was trying to emphasize the
size,
silence between
the silence.
Because of whatever happened between them, they won't talk to each other.
Yeah.
And now, you know, Yukichi is
right in the middle.
In the middle between these two who won't talk to each other. You know,
that's so good.
And Yu's trying to break the silence with food, right? Like that's his way of like, I need you, like, come on, sit at the table, gentlemen. You know. And Jared, go back up to the previous 2 panels. We talked at length about these 2 panels, like the perspective changing.
Over the shoulder.
And Jared saw this very easily. I needed a better grounding, and Jared, when you explained it to me, just like how we walked through this page together, like just scale, size, silence, like and the intent of like making sure the reader is orienting that Yu's in the middle, like Yu's in the middle of this tension, like it, and then establishing that at the bottom of the page, like it's a reward for the reader, right? If you think of your visual storytelling, right, like we've confirmed what we're feeling, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot about like Wes Anderson centered kind of dead center composition, and how there's like, you know, one dead center and then the symmetry on either side. But in this case, it's, you know, like we have the two characters who won't talk to or look at each other, even in each other's direction.
And Stan had a great, he's like, I really like the humor you've threaded. He's like, I like how funny it is at the right times.
Yeah.
And this is an action-packed issue. And so we'll have those moments where we can, you know, I think it's Jared and I's sensibilities. Is this, you know, what
really
would we say if we were in these situations?
Thinking about, okay, like this is heavy, and so then how can we have either a quiet beat or how can we have something funny? Like either someone says something, or if it's slapstick or something that breaks. Because we talk a lot of story, like kind of like pacing out like classical music, where it's like, I'm sure that's like a common thing, but like we think a lot about like the pacing of like you listen to those old like you know, classical songs that go on for like 20 to 30 minutes, and they'll be like really powerful loud parts, and then it gets kind of quiet,
crescendos, and then just
and then it's like
just
really quiet and slow, and then it like, my brother played violin our whole upbringing, and he would play in symphonies, and I remember going and, you know, we'd have to sit and listen to them rehearse, and they'd be playing these songs, and you'd like be dozing off, and then you'd think it was starting to end. You're like bum 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 bum, and then like it would be silent, and I'd like start to get up and get ready to clap, and then you'd hear like an oboe be like, and you're like,
now it's an entirely new section.
Like another like 15 minutes, you know. So anyways, I think about that a lot with drawing storyboards for me, and then Zach writing words, which is thinking about how we spend a lot of time discussing pacing and how it feels to experience moving through the scenes, and that's part of why like I paste them, or, you know, string them up beside me so I can look at it as like a whole, and just to make sure like you feel that sense of it's getting a little faster, and then how can we, like with panel sizing or establishing shots or whatever, like slow it down in certain areas, or embrace light or composition that would emphasize stuff like silence or, you know, distance between two characters.
And then at a high level, it's like, how do we do that month by month, right? I think Jared's like heard me kind of like talk about this again over and over again, of like where we kind of dial up the action, where we kind of intentionally slow things down, and it for us, like we're both been published in original graphic novels, not like a monthly book. So this is like a little bit new thing for us.
Different,
And so like kind of thinking of, all right, the monthly release schedule, and then story structure, and making sure like we hit the crescendo, right? And like we hit the beats we want. And so I hope you all see that. Like it's I know where the story cools down and we build a little bit more exposition. I know where we dial things up, and like I'm nervous and excited to see the reaction, and hopefully people see it too.
I spent a lot of time studying like Dan Harmon's circle and Campbell's circle for how to like to translate it to like episodic sequencing rather than, because I've spent a lot of time thinking about like the Joseph Campbell circle in regards to like I have unlimited pages. Like if I want in Cody 2 to have like them to have a sip a cup of tea or something, and I want to take 8 pages to do it. I mean, the editor might be like, okay, let's chill a little bit here, but in most cases they're like, whatever, like as long as it's fitting the groove of the story, they don't really care. But here it's like we only have 20 pages each story, so we had to spend a lot of time like how do you pace a story that has some sort of circle, you know, Dan Harmon circle or whatever, Campbell circle, or you know, like I forget the name for it, but there's like in anime there's like a word for it where they have like a rising tension and relief or whatever. I forget the name for that. I'm sure there's someone is screaming it right now, but
we need a comment. Well, and it's such a and there's two questions I had or I guess one more of the comment, and it makes sense because like you said, it being episodic or issue now based instead of graphic novel, like you said, not only are you thinking of that in terms or regards of the issue itself as a standalone, but then like you said, carrying it over into the next month and then the month after that over a 5-issue arc of that's that circle within the issue and then that circle over the arc itself. And I mean, and already, like you said, one, just seeing it from the first issue, like you said, the moment where they have to get out and push the car, but they're also, Kaito's fighting in the background, like that give and take moment, that push and pull. But then also hearing you discuss it and talk about it as well, because like you said, you can tell the care that you've put into it, the thought that you've put into it. So I'm sure that fans will definitely, see that in reading the comic itself. But it's also interesting you bring up music because there's so many artists who recently I listened to, whether it be Scotty Young with Lobo or Brett Beam with Dork. They have playlists that they'll create that they play or listen to in order to like get in the mindset of the comic itself, the book. And I was curious if you guys do this similar thing, if you have a playlist.
I was just
anything.
texting Zach the other day. I was working on the fight choreo for the big, I can't say all of what happens, but like, I'm painting issue 5 and I texted him, like in all caps, One Winged Angel on full volume. Because it's that's the Sephiroth, Final Fantasy VII, the big culminating like fight song, and I was listening to that on like repeat, while I was drawing it or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't when I'm at certain aspects of it. I can't listen to music, to be totally honest, or like podcasts. It's just really, I don't know if it's just because I need full concentration because I'm I don't know, I'm just not very good at it.
I'm kind of the same way.
It takes all of my focus and then but painting and stuff, especially if it's like just painting 40 orange jackets, so I'll put on podcasts or music or whatever and there's a lot of songs that I have listened to related to certain aspects and characters and I don't know. I don't want to put people to sleep by saying what they are, but like flashback sequences. I thought a lot about like the Mountain Goats this year. I like a lot of 80s synth music. It drives my kids crazy because it's what I like, but I really like Yazoo. So like Eric's Attic or whatever. I'm not saying it right. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it's like one of my favorite CDs. So I've listened to that on repeat. Yaz on repeat a lot of stuff from the 80s just because I happen to like that. But like on a crazy fight sequence, sometimes I'll listen to especially fights songs that like meant a lot to me, like that song in Final Fantasy VII, because I mean that was a big thing I told Zach when we were doing this, is like, so I guess if Jason was an inspiration for Jay originally, I wanted to bring, when I was doing some of the sequences with designing, like not designing because most of the design didn't really change. I added some bear anatomy to Jay to make him a little more larger and triangular. I added certain fur physics aspects to Jay's movement that are bear-like, which I have just done a lot of bear anatomy studies, and so I brought a lot of that into the character. So he's maybe a little bit more bear-like, I think, than wolf-like in some aspects and movement and structure, if you were to break apart the skeleton studies I've done for it. But I thought a lot about specifically the feeling just remembering when Final Fantasy VII first came out, and like my younger brother and I playing it together like late at night or whatever on PlayStation 1, and anytime Sephiroth would come on screen, the villain or whatever, because you just it would do a cutscene, which was like rare then, and like then it would have decent graphics for that time. And it's like 1990 whatever, 6 or 7, I don't even remember.
97.
And anyways, I remember my brother and we would like shrill, like just bloody murder scream like we were being chased. It was like such a visceral, because you would hear the music. There's like this little like
I haven't played the new one. I'm sure it's even cooler, but like I haven't. But on the original, like it would start playing this kind of like this bell tone, you know, like gong gong.
Yeah.
You'd start hearing this like tune play, and I just remember my brother and I would like jump up and like scream and like we were like like oh my god, like this is just terrified. It was like this so silly cartoon, you know. It's like PlayStation 1 graphics. It's like like this blocky.
PlayStation 1 was my first console, like the one my dad got, and I never unfortunately got into the Final Fantasy series, but even I know of Sephiroth and like his music, like the boss music from like Final Fantasy and stuff, because it's just such an intense orchestral, like it's just got such a umph to it that it's like I hear that I'm like, oh, I know what that's from, and I've never even played that game, kind of a deal.
So like 6 was the big one. I'm a little older, obviously, and so 6 was like the big one.
So good.
And Kefka, there's another character who had this creepy laugh, and it would play this tune when Kefka was coming in or whatever, and like that's also even like more pixelated. And if you looked at it now, you'd be like, what are you talking about? But I just remember being like just screaming and being so viscerally like this character or whatever is so scary, and I wanted to bring that kind of level of like of terror, and as much as I can do, I'm not a very good at that. So like I because I spend most of my time drawing cartoony stuff, and like I think Pixar is probably the darkest level I get, it typically, except for this series, so like I wanted to bring that level of kind of darkness and visual terror to the character Jay, and to the way he moves and that kind of thing. That was a long diatribe. I'm sorry, I probably put everybody to sleep.
No, you're good.
But, I'm still playing the music in my head. And
I can hear it in my head, like the bell.
It's like ringing so clearly. And for people going, when you pick up issue 2, I think you should just play Sephiroth music as you read that issue. Actually,
there you go.
You should.
Good suggestion.
That's a good. I like that.
Pull up One Winged Angel is like the big dramatic kind of culmination, but then there's also like a Sephiroth tune that plays when he comes on, or when he's going to come on. He's like present, and
the things are about to go
like,
down.
Exactly. Like, oh my god, like so it was funny because my son is, he's 11, and I was explaining that to him, and I showed him a YouTube clip of Final Fantasy VII, because he plays like PlayStation 5 or I haven't played video games since like Xbox One, and I don't mean like the Xbox One, I mean like the first Xbox or whatever.
First
it's been a long time. It's been, I don't know, maybe 16 years or so. And because like once I got into like drawing in earnest, I was like, okay, I can't do anything if I'm going to do anything with this stuff. So like I kind of quit everything and I still just draw all the time instead of doing. I'm not to be one of those people who's like, I don't watch television, but
I was gonna say you're the opposite. I'm terrible at doing art in my free time, because I'm such a consumer that I'm like, I want to play video games or watch TV and stuff. So I'm like, but it's the opposite thing of like, all right, if I want to get better at my art, then I've got to actually spend time on the art and like you said, get away from the consuming. So
I mean, the stuff that's out now is so cool. I think James Gurney is I kind of say this to my kids sometime, although I'm sure it's an obnoxious thing to say. But James Gurney has a quote where he said he told his kids, like, who were playing video games at the time, about the same age, so probably PlayStation. But he told them, like, at a certain point, you're going to have to decide which side of the screen you want to be on. And, do you want to be making this stuff?
That's
or do you want to be,
that's a really great quote.
That's great.
Just consuming it all the time. So that stuck with me.
It's a discipline. Like I have a lot of people, I have a full-time job, right? And they're like, how do you have 2 boys and you write and you do animation too? And I'm like, I don't watch anything. Like you're all talking about Survivor right now. And I'm like, I remember the season 1 of Survivor, right? Like, and so, but I get joy out of it. It's not like I'm not consuming any media. It's just very deliberate, and the discipline of like carving out that time. I will say though, having Jared makes it easier, right? Like I think it could be an isolating experience. And I say this on, my favorite question on a comic convention panel is like, what advice do you have for creators? And I say, build your brain trust, build your network of people. Don't make it an isolating experience. Like Jared and I, before doing this, like he'd send me the Cody storyboards, and like, again, my 4-hour conversation with him, like, he doesn't need to be alone in that. I don't need to be alone in
Yeah.
that. And that's how things get made. It doesn't need to be isolating. And
Yeah.
so that's it. That's like my one line of like build your brain trust.
No, it's a
Yeah.
great, I mean, it's a great point, especially in this day and age with younger artists who are getting into the career, whether they're starting out like going through high school or even college and stuff. It's, again, they're in a world where the internet just existed for them. Online spaces just existed for them. And I'm sure it's both a double-edged sword where it's great to be a part of, but you can also kind of lose yourself. But like so many artists, I mean, Scotty's talked about the forums he's been on, and again, the friends that he has still to this day that he would get on and just, go back and forth with. And like you said, I think that goes down to the choosing your brain trust, picking out those people who you can rely on, like Jared, and bouncing off storyboards, or other people who, like you said, it's you just mesh and gel with really well, to be able to booster both of yourselves, kind of a deal, rather than get bogged down or get stuck in the mud kind of a deal.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, and like, you also don't even like need to know how to make something. I think that like people who consume media in any form are already storytellers. Like we're
Yeah.
exposed to how a story should be structured. You
Yeah,
can
that's
invest
true.
and learn more, but like, what's a good movie, right?
Yeah.
What's a good book, right? When I was an editor, I used to read the slush pile, and that was like the slush pile was the submission pile where
Yeah.
people can cold email submissions. And that was the first exposure I had to bad writing, but it was still something, right? Like
Yeah.
they're telling a story. And so like it could be a bad story, but it could be well written. And then there's something there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you know how to write, then I need to know someone who can make me better, right? Or I can spring
Right.
these ideas off of. And so I feel anyone can be a storyteller. It then comes to, who do you do this with? Like, who do you partner with? Who do you enjoy this with?
Yeah.
And Jared and I are both self-taught. Like, look, I majored in college in hospitality. Like,
Oh,
like
wow.
I
yeah.
just had a passion for storytelling from
Yeah.
movies and comics, and I decided to put myself in that world. Just as Jared was like, I came into art late, and I wanted to put myself in this world. It's easier said than done, of course, but like
Yeah.
that's the reality. I think that's what sets people apart. It's like you want
Yeah.
to just put yourself in that world, and don't do it alone. Like and we're proof of that. I mean, there are a million creators who are proof of that.
No, 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where we're all, because we all start out being creative as children, as we all draw or play imagination or do whatever that creativity is, because it's unbounded. It's confined in a sense that, like, as we get older, we put confines on ourselves, or we let society or whatever it is. And that's the thing that's, that's an artist who's doing it professionally versus somebody who gave it up, is just that they stopped. They gave it up. Like, they just didn't continue to seek it as a passion, if you will, or let something stop them. So like you said, to yours and Jared's credit, you both didn't let anything stop you. You both, regardless of where you started, continue to push through and got to where you are now, whether it's writing or drawing.
Oh, I let something
Usagi, a
stop
comic
me.
that really really appealed to you. So
I quit for a long time. I stopped.
Yeah.
When I was 16, I wanted to draw, and I was doing drawings. And I was told by the art teacher at my high school, it's in Fort Worth, Texas. I was told that I wasn't going to do anything with art, and that I wasn't allowed to take art anymore. I quit. I was so frustrated, and I just couldn't draw as well as I wanted to.
Yeah.
And I just didn't think I was ever going to do anything with it. And I quit drawing altogether, and I ended up going to school for publication design, and which was great. And I thought it was kind of like creative adjacent, or drawing adjacent, and that was creative, and it is creative. I mean, I'm also awful at it, but it was interesting. And I felt like it would be like a safe thing. Like, it felt like art, but like a safe art, if that made sense.
Yeah.
And so I did it, and I worked in graphic design for like a beer company, but I just couldn't kick like the love of wanting to draw, but I refused to draw at that time because I just was too frustrated with how poor I was. And then I also felt like I was too, at that point too, I was like 26. So I was like, okay, well now it's too late. Like I'm never going to do anything with it. I wasn't going to do anything with it already, but now it's
You're
on top of that. I'm old for that.
Yeah, to the age thing though, like I remind myself, Stan Lee was 40 when he created Spider-Man.
Well, and that's the thing is like it's and there's such great reminders. Like again, like when I see that kind of stuff, and that's what I love. Like again, I keep bringing him up, like Brett Beam with Dork. Like this, like you said, he's had the 20 to 30 years experience previously that people may not have been aware of, but it was still starting over fresh and new in the world of comics, and to have his first series blow up the way that it has at the age of 50, it's just a testament to, again, that's just all in our heads. Like, yes, though, sure, there are things that can keep you from doing certain things, but you'll never know unless you do it and keep going. And like you, Jared, I mean, and then you finally found your way back to, doing art and are now doing, art for Usagi, something that, inspired you and that you read and really loved. So it's really great to hear those sides of the the coin, because again, I mean, I went to art school and I went through this stuff, so like I did what you're supposed to do, kind of a deal, but there's no like one perfect way to live your life, as we all find out, like as we continue to live it. It's like what fits for you, and that's what makes art and creativity and storytelling so great, is the fact that everybody is so unique, like you said, Zach, that everybody is a storyteller, whether or not you've actually attempted to write or create a story. We all have that in us.
Yeah. Well, Zach,
yeah, and I think it's like why. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just
I was just curious. I'll let you finish. Just when you get done with that thought, how did you and Jared meet? Like, what's your all's first? But no, I didn't mean to interrupt your thought. Yeah.
No. I like his artwork.
I guess technically,
I followed him on Instagram, and I couldn't attend an SPX, but Jared was at SPX, and I asked said friend to get me a drawing, and Jared knocked the drawing out of the park, of course, and we just started talking, and finding mutual love in things. Like we both love Chrono Trigger, if we're going to go back to video game topics, and we started to like understand that we have like very similar sensibilities when it comes to stories we gravitate towards. I then, so I wear many hats. I own a little IP incubator called Frenemy Studios for animation and comics. We had hired Jared to do visual development for a feature script that my writing partner and I were pitching to DreamWorks and all the companies, and Jared knocked the viz dev out.
I thought the artwork on the website looked familiar, so.
Oh yeah. And so Jared, we turned that into a graphic novel. It's called Wonder City. You can find it on Amazon. It's published by Insight, Simon and Schuster. And that was like our first kind of big project together, where my writing partner took the lead on writing it. I co-developed it, but we did a whole graphic novel together, and so that was very fun. And prior to that, like Jared, I don't know if you talked to anyone else on Cody, but we did so much conversations back and forth.
Yeah, a lot
on
of
Cody 1.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if we're being fair, like everything, like I'll have I have a lot of just graphic novel ideas, and I'll just call Zach and be like, hey man, and then I'll send him a PDF, and then we'll, I'll just go through the beats, just go, I think I'm gonna do this, and he'll be like, I don't know if this part makes sense, or like you need something that gets you from here to here. A lot of times my stories are just sort of pictures, like I was saying about the quilt, and he'll be like, okay, so like I like this part, but this does not really connect in any way to this. Like, so what's the plan to get here? And I'll be like, okay, well, they have to do this or whatever, and I'll go through it, and then I if I can do it, I'll do it, but a lot of times they end up just sort of going on the shelf. So I've done that a lot of times, where I've called them with various ideas for project proposals or ideas I thought would be kind of fun to think about drawing, and then we'll go through it. And for me, it's always like a fun thought exercise, because we have a similar sensibility. but also like he said, going back to like having a trusted person is like I do trust Zach. If something's not working, he'll tell me like, you know, I don't think this, you know, you said it in the 17th
and try and give
century.
you why, right? Like
Yeah,
I
and
feel
you
like
have
this
them-
is
Yeah,
not
not
working.
just say it's
Yeah. Or
It's
if I
important.
don't know, I say that like something about this is not sitting with me or landing the way I think you're trying to intend it to do so. You know.
Yeah. And then like for Usagi, also just like cultural stuff, just because Zach has more experience with that stuff. So he know like there are parts that there are scenes I wrote that he had to be like, this doesn't make like I read
like
that
we
you
need to like backtrack, yeah.
yeah, in the storyboard, like one sequence that I think of is like I had them where the scene where they're walking together at the end of the first issue, I had all of that take place on a train, and I had them leave their place and get on a train, and then the whole time they're talking, and I thought it'd be funny if the whole time Yukichi's just like smacking away on food, like breakfast and stuff. And Zach was like, what do you mean by doing that? And I was like, well, I mean, he's like eating and talking. He's like, oh, no, they wouldn't like take food on a train like that.
It's defensive, right? Or isn't it like a noise thing? Like, don't
culture.
they like they're pretty quiet on the train?
Yeah, well, it's
exactly.
also you're not supposed to eat and walk. Like it is a huge faux pas to eat. Like that's such a New York thing. Like having a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
I was just
Yeah.
like that was my New York experience. Was like getting a burrito or whatever and a coffee, and then like getting on the L train or whatever and going somewhere and just munching away while the mariachi band plays and the everyone is all crowded and stuff. It's like
and it's so opposite in Japan like that.
So luckily I had Zach to be like, oh no, it actually doesn't operate that way, and like give me better reference for like this is what the train would actually be like in Osaka versus it's not the subway, it's not the same, because I haven't been there, and so I was drawing on my New York experience, which is relatively limited, and anyway, so stuff like that where it would be like food or something that Zach would have to correct in my storyboards where they were doing something that would not make sense culturally.
Even in the beginning of all of this starting, it's like Jared's got the variant cover job like 5 years ago, and like I was shameless here, guys. Like I immediately called him once I knew, and I'm like, let's pitch him something. And Jared's like, I just got this job. Like no way am I like shooting myself in the foot,
No.
That would be Dustin and I. Dustin would be the I would get in, and Dustin would be like, we need. I'm like, I don't want to.
Fortune favors the bold.
And so I'm like, all right, respect. I don't want you to like lose this job. And Jared's like also justifiably like, and like even if I were to consider this, it needs to be the right story. Yeah. Great note. Like that's a fair. Like I had nothing. I was like, let's just shoot our shot, And I think I would occasionally check in with you, Jared, being like, hey, you're doing more variant covers. Do you think we could like have a conversation? And
it never occurred to me. I don't like. I'm very ignorant about like how Zach has like worked for Marvel for a while and like has more of an experience with like how the industry works. To me, I just figure these things just sort of get made or
sorted out.
A hand of God comes down. And
there's some like divine being. Yeah.
The ghost moves your art in the background. Yeah.
I mean, the thing I've learned is
where they come from.
They don't know until you tell them.
So it never occurred to me to like present an idea to somebody. And then I was also just embarrassed because I'm always perpetually embarrassed of my drawings or whatever. And I was just like, they're going to be like, oh, that's cute. And then just like never talk to me again. I mean, honestly, like Zach truly, and I mean both like literally and he literally took this idea out of the trash can like 7 times because I kept saying no, and like I had done a bunch of drawings, but I was like, I literally just chucked them because I was like, yeah, I mean, come up with more
that
ideas.
Was the tease. Like I think subconsciously you were telling me I want to do this because you kept drawing cool stuff.
Yeah, I was drawing the concept art. I was picturing in my head, but then I was just throwing it away because I don't know, I was just embarrassed about it. I just didn't want to seem like a crazy person. Like just to like cold email and be like, hey, here's some drawings. I just thought they'd be like, oh my god.
That was a hard month.
The other 30 requests. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Put it on the fridge or put it in the pile and then move on. And but yeah, Zach was the one that convinced me to try.
That's awesome.
I have to have that.
Thank you,
That's part
Zach.
of what we
appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I think I sometimes need that sort of thing because I'm very it sounds like I'm fishing, but I'm very I have a hard time. I don't know. This sounds like I'm fishing. I don't want to sound like I'm fishing, but
you're not at all. Because I mean, it's a very similar dynamic with Dustin and I, and honestly, it's how we got to this point that we are now of having amazing artists and people like yourselves. Because it's like we started this just to talk about Scotty and our shared passion with him, and then one thing led to another, and we had one guest on, and then like Dustin would just cold ask somebody like, hey, you want to come on? I'm just like, what do you mean you just asked like that person to, like, we're just a small channel. We're not going to get them on or whatever, but it's like that thing of like, you just never know until you ask, kind of a deal, and conversations would come from it. And sometimes, you go like, hey, I appreciate it, but no. And then other times like, yeah, maybe eventually. And then we get ones like yourselves like, yeah, we'd love to come on. So
well, there's a scene in The Greatest Showman where Hugh Jackman is Barnum is using the ships on the bottom of the ocean as collateral. That's kind of the way I feel when I ask somebody to come on the show. They don't know that. They don't know our show's on the bottom of the ocean. We're just trying.
Well, yeah, I think it's this age-old thing of like that you don't know until you tell someone, which is like sometimes you in your head you're like, well, isn't it obvious I want to do this? Like, I've been very fortunate of pitching a lot of studios. And my writing partner and I, in the lobby of Nickelodeon, we were on our way out, and he's like, "Why are you here?" And we're like, "Well, we're pitching a show." And they're like, "Well, how did you get the meeting?" And we were like, "We asked." Like it was just like as simple as like we just inquired. And so it just reminded me that it's sometimes just that leap of faith, right?
Right.
That
the miles of Spider-Verse. Yeah, it's just a leap of faith.
Yeah, it pretty much is.
Nice
yeah.
stuff.
And so I kind of just tell that to anyone, like, just, you can ask and be pleasant, and not obnoxious, and
no, it's
humble.
Well, and like you said, it's a thing where, you kind of, like you said, if you don't have that confidence, because that was my thing, was I always viewed it as cocky and arrogant. But it's really just a thing of just confidence in yourself and your ability to say, hey, I've been working on this stuff. I think, I'm at a point where I could ask this of something, whether it be to draw a variant cover or, draw for the series or something like that. And again, like the worst thing being like, hey, no, or like you won't hear anything back. And it's just like, all right. And then you just keep on going. That was something like Britton, who's in the comments, my best friend, who, again, it's just a tough lesson to learn, especially I feel like for creatives, because we're so, like we wear our heart on our sleeves kind of a deal, especially with the stuff we put out there. So it's like, it's hard to be like, hey, can, to have those rejections or to have, the no's and kind of stuff. But
they're good experiences to have kind of, and like, look, no idea is dead, right? Like you can get a no now and it can be an incredible success 3 or 4 years later. Or 10 years later, you hear stories like the movie The Rock, the Michael Bay movie with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage, took 10 years to sell. Yeah, that was the ambition of the writer trying to like and that movie did incredibly well. Yeah, but like Ghostbusters got 48 no's, like and so you try to take stock in that for any creators listening. Like it's not a clear-cut path. Sometimes it's literally taking the same idea in a different year, in a different setting, different sensibilities. And it comes down to like things that you cannot control, right? It's the timing of things and who you know. And kind of just like an example of that, right? Like through Jared, we knew the team, and the timing of things was they were looking for something like this. And so we answered a question that they had, and we're honored that they saw the passion and put the trust in us, it's such a interesting creative journey, right? I again go back to people who, were like, who's Zach when they announced this? And like, if you were like, I've been in comics for nearly 15 years, just on a different spectrum aspect of it, And so it's like I tell people now, like I'm creatively thriving because like I've been trying to sell content and get content made for so many years, and just shows you just due diligence and patience and letting you kind of succumb to the timing of things and who you know.
Well, yeah, and it's one of my favorite sayings, and I'm sure everyone here is aware of. Again, like that luck is just preparation meets opportunity. Like, and it really is just truly, you know. And again, I'm in a similar boat where it's just like happenstance. Like something I did happened to line up with like timing of something else. It was just like, and that's just where it kind of ended up. And it's just one of those tough things, obviously, to look at from the past and the future, but then being in the future looking at the past, you go, oh, okay, that makes sense now, seeing that stuff line up the way that it did. Or like you said, the fact that you were together and in it, you know, working with the team that ended up with this opportunity. So yeah,
no, and you'll never know also who you meet on your journey who will be on the opposite side of the chair or the table, right? Like who might be an artist now might be an executive editor in 5 years, right? And remember you and like want to work with you. And so
forget that.
I comics is a small industry, relatively speaking. And so, you know, sometimes there's going to be friction, but like I always have the philosophy you get more with honey than vinegar. And so
100%.
You know, if you could just be pleasant, you know, and approachable and accessible, that's going to have an impact, and that's going to like actually give you gains. So, like people are going to want to work with you and remember you. And that's really kind of half the battle. If you can make yourself, and I know I'm talking high level, like creative, like almost metagaming in a way, right? Like it's really just like make yourself accessible, approachable. Sometimes you just have to remind people you want to do this. Like the amount of times I've been told, like, I didn't know you wanted to write, and you're like, are you kidding me? Like,
I would love,
but like, you have to remind them. Like, you know, one of the best pieces of advice I got from pitching. So I've been very fortunate. I've known Jeff Loeb, the writer, Long Halloween, since I was like 14. And Jeff's been a mentor of mine, and I've been very blessed with having a wonderful relationship with him. One of the best pieces of advice he gave to me when I was about to do my first Hollywood pitches. And if people don't know, Jeff wrote and co-created Teen Wolf 1 and 2. He also wrote the movie Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger. So he's had some movie deals, right?
Oh wow! Yeah, I didn't realize that.
I didn't know the movie side of things.
No.
Oh yeah. You like Teen Wolf is is co-created by Jeff Loeb. Like,
so
and Commando, like is co-created by like I remember showing Commando to my wife for the first time, and I'm like, you know, Jeff wrote this, and Hannah's like, oh my God, this is like the most insane thing, you know. Anyways, the best piece of advice is like, imagine you're pitching to a child. Like you need to be as simplistic as you can, and just get to the like, if you can tell a story succinctly. And we did that with Kaito. Like we really kind of pushed it, you know, in a way of like, what's the log line here? What's the cell?
Yes.
And we won them over, you know, and now we get to tell this story. And God, it's awesome to watch Jared draw. I saw a bunch of people commenting. It's like I'm like getting distracted, like you know.
Accidents. I was gonna say I had Dustin had me get this out. So this was the last time we had Jared on. This was the other half that Jared did of the
so cool
page, and I was just in awe of watching him do this stuff live. And he was kind enough to give us the opportunity to buy it. And so I was like, I want this page. So just to be able to see like those sketches and then the final.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be Tyler and Dustin. I think Jared should draw anthropomorphic versions of you guys just to like have on your channel. And so like I'm asking for you, like hint, Jared, if you're like paying attention. But
I need you guys to like pick an animal, I guess.
Yeah, pick an animal and think about it, and maybe that could be part of your new logo.
Think about it. You don't have to like,
you know, full circle there, gentlemen. You know,
that's dog breed if it's a dog, but like
that's great. I don't know if it's possible. It's so I have it here. So I love penguins. So Pebble and the Penguin's one of my favorite animated movies from a child.
Oh man, I love that.
And so my wife got me this little like you and me, and it's like this little penguin that I like, keep on my desk.
You're even in penguin colors, even though you're wearing a Hellfire.
That's true. Oh my gosh, that's true. I hadn't even thought about it, but But yeah.
So
that's
penguin
that
for
was
Tyler.
I'll do dealer's choice. I'm not picky.
It's like your spirit animal. It's like it was funny.
I'm scared.
always-
I'm nervous.
Well, I always related the
Oh,
monkeys.
You can
Go
take- you
sorry,
can
go
take-
ahead.
I was gonna say you can think about it. You don't have to
Yeah.
be on the
Yeah,
I didn't
no,
want to
you
put
don't
you on
think
the
about
spot. I just happen to like have that,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jerry
man,
said
I
I
that's
was
what
gonna
that's
say
what-
panda for sure.
That's what I was thinking. My wife would love that. So
Yeah.
Pebble and the Penguin.
Yeah, I could
and
see you as a
Balto.
panda, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, Balto. Yeah, those animated. That's because it's funny because that's where I got my drawing from. Was my grandmother who I remember specifically giving me a how to draw a cartoon book and pushing me to keep drawing and everything and watching those movies. It was funny. It's there was the juxtaposition of watching Pebble and the Penguin, but then also being introduced to Last of the Mohicans, which is a completely different
What a
movie.
gear shift.
I know, yeah, and loving both of them and having them both be one of my favorite movies, and it's those are. And I was obviously older when I watched that, but still probably not as old as I would have thought I would be to watch that. But
Yeah. But it's
That's a great
funny
question.
where sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh my god.
Sorry.
oh gosh.
Playing the art on the screen. That's funny. The Watcher. Oh my god, the Watcher sees all.
Yeah. That was an inside joke with Tyler because anytime we see art that we like,
Oh,
we're
you're
always
like,
trying to be the
gotcha.
first
I'm looking at the private.
we
chat.
always have to
So-
obey the
So-
claim status. So if somebody claims
Yeah,
it's
so-
just all right,
Yeah.
that's yours, then you got it. So-
Sorry, Zach.
I
Sorry for
like the
striking you on that one.
city. Oh my god, it's so cool to watch you. I don't get to see Jared draw enough. I feel like it's never enough.
Oh, I feel like I'm
Um,
surprised you're not sick of it but I guess you're always busy
Oh,
with
no.
cons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this is, by the way, it's probably rude too, but I don't really enjoy stopping. So I usually Zach and I will go out to dinner and stuff at shows and stuff, and I usually will just draw the food on the table and then
It's
Oh,
honestly
critique
really
it.
inspiring because my wife does that and she's gotten in such a great habit. We'll be at the theater and while the trailers are playing and stuff, she's just sketching on her iPad, and then the movie actually starts and she puts it away, and I'm and again, it's like a props. It's that passion of man, that's what you need to be doing though. If you said, if that's what you're wanting to pursue and get better at, and put your time into. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jared pulls out a little palette with little paints and this
I
whole
was gonna
little
say, especially with
comes
another
out.
watercolor, that's awesome.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
I do.
this happens every time. The server comes by and she's like, "Are you painting your food?" And I'm I played the script in my head. I know how this
Yeah.
is gonna play out. And it's a joy. And
I was saying you need
and-
a cue card of
yes,
he is drawing.
yeah,
you
do
can
not
find-
bother the
it's a-
artist. Yeah,
just the shirt he wears. Yeah.
yeah. He really does everywhere we go.
Yeah, I always have I have a little pocket palette and some small sketchbooks, and we were at a Korean barbecue and I was trying to sketch the crayfish and at the dim sum place. We're sketching. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like stopping. This is gonna also sound like I'm fishing, but I'm just being honest. I always feel it's marbles in my hand, and when I'm not drawing, which is not healthy, and I don't think this is necessarily something people should aspire to. It's sort of a sickness, I think. But I always feel it's marbles that are falling between my fingers when I'm not drawing, and it makes me kind of feel a little bit panicky, which again is not healthy. But if I'm not actively trying to practice and get better, I feel I'm losing it in some way, and that I need to compensate by working harder.
Yeah.
So I don't. I don't know. I probably sound like a crazy person.
I mean, it's
No.
yeah. It could be a good because it does the opposite end. You can maybe get too comfortable and you think hey, you've done work at your work, especially if you that's your job, kind of a deal. So it's inspiring to see that in another artist. And I mean, it's a balance, like all things. But I mean, I love watching somebody who's that passionate and that on top of it for. Yeah.
I was just telling our editor that we're trying to figure out possible schedules over the next year or two, and I was trying to tell him I'm trying to factor in a desire to continue at the pace, but also like I need to factor in like getting back to doing life drawing. And I'm very active in local life drawing, like models, and because it's just the best thing you can do to get better at drawing, because it's the hardest thing you can do, because they if you're doing landscape painting, which I spend a lot of my time doing, if you draw a tree a little bit too big, it's not really noticeable outside of the context of the scene. But if you draw someone's finger slightly too long, they look like an alien. So if you're wanting to get better at drawing, the best way to grow faster is to get as much time as you can allow, and budget, I guess, because it costs money usually, is to get very active in your whatever like college or local place would have like a figure drawing group. So I was trying to tell the editor, like, I have a desire to keep a pace, but I also like I want to factor in a certain level of like refractory time that I can like just kind of meditate on where I'm really weak and I need to get better, and I can focus on getting back into figure drawing and landscape painting all for a couple of weeks or month or so, where I can really focus on trying to get better for a little while, improve some, and then get back into hopefully bring something back into comics when I do jump back into doing panels. But I want to try to figure out how to factor in continuing to practice as well, outside of my regular like daily regimen of like manga studies. Now at the moment I'm doing Pluto studies at the moment, but anyway, I don't know. I really feel like I put everybody to sleep.
No,
I think we're all just hypnotized.
Well, Dustin brought this up.
Is this actual?
Is this Stan's actual account? Is that who just commented, Dustin, or
is this Stan's what? Sorry,
or is it just
somebody's
name Stan Sakai comment? I always enjoy watching Jared paint.
Oh man, it probably is Stan pops in sometimes. I always feel like I don't want to be a bother. He's literally the kindest person in comics. I mean,
plus one to that. Jared, also, are we up to 1,000? Are you up to 1,000 Usagi drawings yet?
I don't know. Yeah, I set a goal of. I don't know if I mentioned this. I probably did last time. I don't want to bore people, but like, I set a goal when we first started talking to them about doing the project, and I said I want to do. I want to draw, because again, going back to that idea of like when you're doing a character, it's inevitable that your drawing changes over time. Like the way you draw them changes slightly. I mean, you can see that if you look at the covers I did of Usagi, and then you look at what I'm doing now. It's changed a lot structurally. So, and that's just an inevitable thing that you kind of can't help. So I wanted to avoid that as much as possible. If we ended up doing something with this, is before we even had got into talking about actually doing it and making it reality. So I told Zach I had got a couple other sketchbooks where I had set a goal of drawing Usagi 10,000 times before we got to the first like story.
There you go. Get the 10,000 drawings out.
Yeah, just get it out of the way, because inevitably I'll draw something and I like it, and then it I can't get back to the thing I liked. It's all wet. So I'm like having a hard time.
Oh no, you're doing great, man.
And let me get a little stick here. So I was drawing. I was like, anytime I'm like on the phone with Zach or doing any kind of errand or something, I would sit and just draw Usagi's over and over, and Yukichi's over and over and over again, and them doing stuff like driving a car, or like we talked about last time I was on, and I was talking about sequencing with. I still do that. I have all these colored pencils next to me, and a lot of times in my sketchbook, just because to get more out of an individual page, a lot of times I'll draw with one color, and then I'll draw like the next key or the next sequence of the animated movement with my dog is one.
I was gonna say I was
about to say, I
didn't know if it was Dustin or Jared, but I was like adorable, the little tiny one.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted
My dogs are up there.
My dog, she's bugging me. I might actually mute for a second and see if I can get my wife to take her out.
Oh no, you're fine.
Because I think she's just sick of being in here. She sleeps in her room, and now we're like at bedtime, and I think she's like, why are we still here?
Why are we not in bed?
I was gonna say, my wife always has to let my cat in because she eats like 30 minutes ago. So it's like I hear her wanting to get in. She goes, eats, and then it's like, all right, I want to leave now. That's all I needed. So
Yeah, I think she's just like, by now she's usually like under all the covers, and
they've got their routines. It's funny,
Yeah,
like
they gotta be done.
animals, are so routine based. So
Now, Jared, do you ever worry about getting your paint on your orange jacket? I mean, I see it's
I
kind of
haven't
hovering there, and
yet.
that's
oh
okay.
yeah.
I was worried about that as I was watching it, but
I use these wood brushes as a like a maul stick, is the oil painter term, which is just like a stick that you can hover your hand over it. So I
Yeah.
haven't gotten it on me. Also, though, like I have a space heater in here usually, and so it's usually quite warm. So I don't usually
Okay.
wear the jacket when I'm working. I have a Holbein jacket, which is a watercolor brand that I use. It's like a smock jacket. Sometimes, if I'm gonna wear a jacket, I usually wear that, not this. This one, per se. Let me get her situated here.
That's
and we
cool.
can do one more little drawing.
okay. I was going to let Zach know you surpassed Jared's original time when he was on a few months ago.
We
Ooh.
broke the record. Yeah.
Not yet. We're about 20 minutes away from breaking Jamie Jones'
Oh,
record.
is that a challenge? Yeah.
We still got a lot of stuff to talk about after this.
Yeah.
So
Well, I was gonna say I sent you. We've got it's more like the wrap up. So
yeah.
Well, Zach has something to get
Yeah.
up for, so I don't want to keep Zach too long.
I was gonna say
No, you're good.
I'm
Yeah.
committed to the
Yeah.
end, even though I have to wake up at like 7 a.m. to get the household
no.
ready and head to work. But
Yeah.
I'm usually
That's
up this late anyways, like writing or talking to Jared. So it's not
skip a
an
little bit of-
inconvenience at all.
Now, the only thing that we was really pushing for is because both of you all submitted favorite things. We don't have a whole lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the guests don't do favorite things. So I'm excited at least to get to your all's favorite things. And then I'm kind of like you though, Zach. I get up at 5:30, so I'm usually in bed by 9 or 9:30 for work. So this is worth it though. This is well worth
It's
it.
funny because it cuts into my game. I normally stay till 1 a.m. playing games after this with friends. So
Different life.
Yeah, coffee's a beautiful thing. So I look forward to my cup of coffee in the morning. And
it is, man. Coffee is really good.
yeah, that will be my fuel tomorrow. Or my 5-year-old asking me a million questions. So
it's fitting because we got this because we've started watching Twin Peaks. We're on season 2, so
Oh,
we got
nice.
this great Twin Peaks talking
good.
about coffee here. So yeah,
I recently watched that because I was like, everyone talks about it, and I was like, I need to just commit to this thing and watch it.
It's a vibe.
I watched through it.
yeah, it's
There's a
definitely
lot
worth
of
a
really
watch.
interesting choices.
Yeah.
Camera and otherwise, and color, and I like a lot of those decisions that are made to like tell the story through camera angle and
Yeah.
music, tone. It's so tone heavy.
Yeah. 100%.
But
You're drawing, and what are you drawing now, Jared?
I don't know. I need to figure it out.
Do you want to? You should draw your favorite thing. I don't know what you answered actually.
Oh, okay. This is
See if you'll do it. I mean, I know what I answered.
My
Mark,
favorite
but,
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't check the
show.
chat.
Oh, for the segment. Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Which that I was going to ask Jared a question too, because we're about to get into. But whenever I was looking at your Instagram, was that you playing the guitar after seeing your favorite thing?
That's embarrassing. Yeah,
I did.
No, you did a
I
really
saw
good-
that too and really liked that as well. Yeah, the inspiration hitting.
Yeah, I was just playing the guitar, playing the classical guitar. I've been learning how to read sheet music. I never learned how to read sheet music when I was a kid, and I learned how to play the guitar, but I didn't know how to play the guitar. I just sort of knew,
what you were supposed to
chords and tablature, but I didn't know how to
Yeah.
actually play the thing.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take up actually learning how to play the thing. So I recently sort of took that up.
That's awesome. I would love. I did cello all throughout middle school and high school, and I never truly learned how to read sheet music. Like you, it was a similar sense. Like I could follow along, and I just kind of played it by ear and memory and stuff. But Funny enough, my brother has picked up lessons, or he had for a little bit with cello. Something I'd love to get back to.
Now, Zach, do you play anything, or you? Because I
No,
can't play. I
I'm
can't play a
so
thing. Yeah.
my wife is like did the whole Broadway we met when she was trying the whole Broadway thing, so she
Oh wow.
she can play piano and sing really well. She's a software engineer, so she's fluent in computer language, and she's fluent in French.
Wow.
Which and
Holy
sign
cow.
language, which doesn't work in my benefit, because either my 5-year-old's speaking to me in French and I have no idea what him or her are conspiring behind my back, or there are moments where my wife is signing to me and I'm like, I don't speak sign language, like trying to like understand. The best is like we have a bunch of French kids books, and I used to be able to fake my way and read it, and now my 5-year-old's like, you really suck at this, like I don't even want to bother with you, like just read English, like you barely read English well, Dad.
Just
like,
stick to what you kind of know.
Yeah, so I'm not so musically talented. I think I'm actually really off pitch or off beat often. My wife likes to remind me. She says I have the heart of a singer, which is her polite way of saying like you suck, but you have passion. Like
yeah, you really that's great.
But I have immense respect, for anyone. I mean, even just drawing or music or writing. It's just it's fun to see people. Oh my God, you're drawing them! I just realized what you were doing.
I thought I noticed and then saw the comment. Yeah,
I'm winging it because I don't have a
He needs reference of you guys, like he's definitely.
I'm having to go from memory of talking to you guys, so it's not going to be like
not as advertised, right? You need like a disclaimer warning, like will It's funny to see.
I mean, even just that sketch is just that's so
see,
cool.
I don't know. I know his favorite thing, what it is, but I don't know the subject matter. So I was like, "Oh, is this the like?" And then somebody in the comments.
Yeah, I was like you, Dustin. Like I'm like, what am I looking at? I mean, when he drew me as an owl, and I saw that like everyone's like that again. That's just so you, right?
Yeah.
So I think he's God bless you, Jared, and like just figuring it out. Like,
yeah, it's so it's interesting. It's always interesting, and that's the thing too, is like creative people again, like you will get like a blanket kind of approach, be like, oh, you can draw, like, oh, you draw portraits or whatever it is, like the questions and stuff. But it's so interesting because everybody's mind works so differently, and even just hearing Jared talk about rotating stuff in 3D space, it's interesting. It's like, as a 3D artist, like I don't even think that way. Like I'll picture scenes and stuff and I can visualize, but like taking an object and like rotating it, I'm like, oh, that's such an interesting way of thinking that I never had even crossed my mind. So
I love those moments though, right? Like you kind of learn from someone on how they see the world in a different. That's why I like being a father. Like I see my 5-year-old kind of interpret the world in like a way I never thought you could, and like that's a joy of parenthood. But like even this process with Jared, with this story of like, oh, whoa, you're seeing something that we both want in just a completely different way.
Yeah.
And like, that's making me a better creator, because like I'm learning through your perspective and he's getting the same experience from the other end. And so it's really cool. I try to involve myself in as much learning opportunities as possible. So like when I do portfolio reviews at a show, or I overhear an artist like asking for advice, one of my favorite things to just tell people is like, actually watch the director's commentary of movies.
Yeah.
Because like, I think Brad Bird, particularly with The Incredibles, does a phenomenal job of like walking you through the intent of every scene. So, and this is like, I'm not an artist, but like as a writer, I'm like, this is cool. Like you're giving me your perspective of how you made this film, and like what me as a viewer needs to interpret based on the composition or based on the dialogue or the music or the tone. And so I always tell people, like, I'm of the mentality I'm always learning. Like that, I'm never going to be perfect. So like, what are the ways I can always be learning? And so I'll try and watch the director's commentary, because again, you just get this really cool their perspective. And like you learn something maybe more about a film that you never really could have articulated. Stuff like this I also geek about. Like if I was not myself now and watching, you know, the creators walk you through the intent of things, you learn. You're like, oh wow, I could do that. And then maybe that is the seed that gives us a new creative team that gives us one of the best stories we've ever seen. Like, you know, this is the existential way I'm thinking.
It's so great, and you're absolutely right, because it's, again, it breaks down that unseen barrier of thinking, hey, I can't do this, versus like getting that mindset of like, oh, well, I've thought about that before, like, oh, that's interesting, and then and that's what I love about this stuff. And again, it's why I love having these conversations, and why I'm all for like having more of these with different creators, whether you're a writer, which I do think you're an artist, or Jared, who you know is doing the visual art. Like it's getting to know people's mindset, because again, there's just so many different ways to come at something, or so many different ways to interpret something. And like you said, that's like, in my opinion, the best way to kind of learn is breaking down, you know, even Jared going through, like you said, and you know, going through manga or anime, and like, you know, sketching the panels or sketching the frame, like, because again, you get into the mindset of what that artist is, you know, in a way, but then especially, like you said, listening to them break down their own work and make it digestible and make it approachable, as compared to, again, just looking at a final thing and going, oh, I can't do that. And it's like, no, like you totally could, you know, because it takes all of, you know, these people and this creativity to do it, which you certainly have. So
yeah, and it's, and again, I go back to the kind of beat that it's really, it takes a village, right? You know, like, you know, I think that you don't have to be an artist to appreciate and understand visual storytelling. Like I'm a proponent of that. Like I can't draw for beans, but I know what sequential storytelling should look like. I can critique it. I could advise it. I could art direct it. I could be wrong. I could be right. Like and I learn, right? Like, and so, you know, and the same goes for that kind of symbiotic relationship you'll have with a writer and artist when it comes to comics, is just like, oh, like I could do this. I mean, look at Scotty, right? Like he started in art, now he's writing, and he's found such immense joy in writing. And that's, I think, just an exposure thing in a way, right? Like you work with teams and you understand it's so thoroughly, you know. This is like shaping up really well.
This is amazing, to watch.
Ear to ear,
yeah, I know. I was watching like Dustin, because I know Dustin is just like eating this stuff up. It's honestly. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
No, just real quick on the director's commentary and stuff like that. That's one of the things that me and Tyler have like talked about behind the scenes, about bringing artists and writers on with the actual issue that they've published, to kind of walk through each page like we did tonight with Kaito 84 issue 1. And we did it with Dork issue 1. We did it with several. I Hate Fairyland. But there's something to get that creator's commentary that you can't see from, you know, maybe your normal podcast that's all audio.
The what he just wrote, I just really, he did the Good Buddy. That's so good. I love that. Oh my god. Well, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I was just gonna say that it's a great point, and again, it's one of those things where, you know, I've even had that mindset of like, you know, what I went to college for, or what I do now is what I do, and it's like, no, like you know, the perfect example of Scotty going from artist to writer and finding just as much success and enjoyment out of that as he has with drawing the covers or interiors, and because again, it's all that creativity, like you said, you know, you can appreciate the other aspects of creation, or even, you know, enough to where it's like, hey, you know, maybe I will try that. Maybe I will get into, you know, there's no gateway or barrier. It's all just, you know, same with like, you know, eventually I'd love to try my hands at watercolor, and I think we'll pick up like a class or something from Jared, because it's just like, it just looks so fun to do, and to draw. So.
Well, I think like even to that point, like that's how Jared and Stan met. Stan discovered Jared's kind of, I think, watercolor and tutorials, and they, correct me if I'm wrong, Jared, he reached out and you started to have a dialogue
for a Reuben thing.
That's right.
So we were both up for a Reuben Award, and so that was how he sort of stumbled across me was for Cody when it came out.
Wow.
And then he emails you watercolor questions, right? Like,
yeah, we talk watercolor. I feel like you came out a little bit soul patchy, but
I mean, it's fitting for a penguin. I love it. Yeah.
But maybe this is something we go for. I don't know how your wife feels about it.
You're art directing your facial hair. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I adapt to the situation. I love it.
Yeah.
I think we
Next
can maybe
episode,
sell
yeah,
you
you'll
on
see.
this soul patch.
Yeah. Soul patch and a beak, right? You know.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's fun to see you. Like, just how do you do this, Jared?
It's such an interesting
fascinating.
Watching people who can just dive in. Like I had a friend like that at a previous job who would like, you just say something that you'd just go on the whiteboard and just start drawing it. And I was just like, even being an art, I'm just like, I just don't understand that, like that different mindset of just like, yep. Like, you were saying, they just visualize it and go for it.
So
It's
did
like
we
this- the
talk
moment
about
where it's-
our favorite things? by
Oh
the
yeah,
way,
we should. I
before
guess we
you
should
wrap
talk.
up?
You
'Cause
know,
I guess
I
I'm-
mean, they have images, right? We
Okay,
had,
this-
we had,
yeah.
but we can.
This is my favorite thing now. We don't need to even look at mine. I'm good. So.
I'll have it. You won't be able to see it, but I'll at least be able to bring it up. So
Okay.
Dustin, if you want to go with yours, for I figure we can just keep watching Jared paint. We can kind of talk about it without having the visuals, if that's cool.
Yeah, that works. That's
If you need me to bring it up real quick, I can bring it up and then we can.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it. Yeah, my favorite things, and these are, Zach, you said you haven't got to watch much TV, so me and Tyler, we talk about TV nonstop on this show, so it's kind of. But 2 trailers dropped this week, and I was really excited for Hacks season 5 trailer. Have you all watched Hacks at all?
I haven't heard of that.
Oh, it's
No,
got
I know of it.
Jean Smart.
Yeah.
She's perennial award winner at the Emmys. Such a funny show. The last season trailer dropped. It comes out in April, and then also Dutton Ranch. The teaser trailer dropped for that. With it's Yellowstone, but it's based
the
on
Yellowstone
Breaking Bad,
spinoff.
so,
Yeah.
those are my favorite things. I did a silly Venn diagram because chart times
Here, I
with
can-
Dustin is a thing on here, but
I think if I add this, like it'll add it quickly to, and I can remove
just
it.
take
and
it
look
off.
back.
So there's a very small demographic that's probably excited about both, and I'm
Yeah. I love that for you. Like just you in the middle. And Tyler Sheridan, who show runs, Yellowstone and all these shows. Interesting journey if you've read up on him. Like started out as an actor. You would actually recognize what he looks like. You're like, he's a character actor, and then kind of got fed up with Hollywood and was like, I'm gonna write these things, and then he's now built this empire.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, no, it's wild. Yeah. So I blurred it out because I was gonna share, then I realized it might be kind of a spoiler, and it's one of those in the moment things. But there was a really great cover in the most recent episode of Paradise that just like, again, I'm such a music person that like it's like an in the moment hearing it kind of deal. Like I'm very all around with like, I don't really follow too many specific artists or genres or anything. It's just like whatever I'm feeling or gets me going. So I heard this and was just like, that's all I've been playing just like on repeat is this song. Cause I was just like, man, this is such a great cover. And in the moment, like with the episode itself. And then MegaCon was this past weekend. So these are just 3 images of the weekend, but it was cool seeing Brett. I got my commissions from Brett, which I still need to share in the group. And that was really cool to see his line just blow up. Last year, you could walk up to his table. You couldn't do that this year. It was capped most days. I had to like be like, hey, I'll come back for my stuff later. I'm going to let you enjoy, your new fans and dork and everything. And of course, cosplay is the armor there of the soldier from Gondor. And then again, just how many people attend this convention is just crazy. And then part of the course for my Saja Boys cutout, I always have to have
Every
something
week.
K-pop Demon
Every
Hunters.
week.
It's been of like the past.
McDonald's announcement. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a McDonald's toy, or not toy, there's a kids meal, and they'll have collectible cards for both Saja Boys and Huntrix. So I'm looking forward to picking up many a kids meal and seeing which cards I get.
Oh
Now,
man,
Tyler, this is
I've got
this is an
something to
adult meal.
share.
This
Oh,
is
sorry.
Oh, it's an
meal.
adult one? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
don't-
it's the adult
okay.
kids meal. Like
Okay.
you're
There's
okay.
a- there's a
Like you're in a
dirty
safe
flurry.
space. Yeah, yeah.
There's a derpy flurry and like 2
Yeah.
new dipping
Oh,
sauces.
I didn't even see the Derpy Flurry. That's amazing.
Yes.
Oh my
Sorry.
god.
All right,
No,
Jared, what
no,
did you have?
no,
something?
Oh, I was going to
yeah,
say
yeah.
we did Lightbox last year, and there was a bunch of the people who worked on K-pop that were there.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
one of the people was the character designer.
Yeah, oh
And
gosh,
I
she's so
got-
good.
She
Yeah.
had this like, she
Art
had a
book.
book, an art book, and I was like kind of hemming and hawing because every time like every day the line would back up around like the whole building
Yeah.
for it, and
Oh,
then
gosh.
like one of the guys I was with, Sam, was like he was going to go get the book, so I was like, okay, well maybe I'll try to get the book, and I got the book. It is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It's
in
a
my
really
life.
cool art book.
It
We all
is-
got one. Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
dark, but it is very cool.
Yeah. That's really I definitely I hear about Lightbox, and I definitely need to get out there at some point.
It's
Just
worth a
again to
trip,
be
I mean.
around, like you said, that kind of creative, group
It's-
of people.
It's a great show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Highly
It's,
recommend.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And then they of course had two of the actresses, and then one of the singing voices for Zoe's character in MechaCon. I actually didn't attend.
Oh wow, cool.
I was walking with my wife around the con, but Seth actually attended the panel where they talked, and I missed it. I'm so bad about panel stuff. I love panels, but there's just something about walking the floor and that I just
Yeah,
get so
I'm with
attracted
you.
to. But thankfully they had a video, so I get to go back and see it in person. But yeah, I'm such a massive fan of this series, and just love everything about it. So. And I
Did you
think,
get the art book
yeah.
that just came out, by the way?
Yes, they did, and I love it too because it's made to look like a magazine, which I think is such a cool idea and so fitting for the world of K-pop and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I'm such a sucker for art books, but I'll get such a pile up. Like I'll flip through them and go through them, but not like legit go through them. I'm like, oh, there's so many I have to like go through and read because I'm just like I get too many. I get too excited.
I hear you on that. I mean, this is my slide.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I've really jumped on the One Piece bandwagon,
Yeah.
and I was telling the guys like the hype is real. Like
Yeah.
I as a writer, like I'm no shame. I'm like crying in some
Oh,
episodes.
100%.
Like
yeah.
incredibly emotional, and I'm just in awe of these like well-earned moments
Yeah.
that are not forced, they're organic. And
I'm gonna take 2 minutes and go get the dog water and
Yeah.
put her to bed, and then I'll be right back. But keep
we'll
One
wait
Piece
till you
in.
for your thing, I guess. Yeah.
I'll be back in I'll be back in
And
2
then
minutes.
we'll cap at probably the midnight mark, right?
Yeah.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, but
I
I
just
just
think
for
she wants
people
to go
on
to
the
bed.
fence,
All
I
right.
know it's a task,
Yeah.
I'm kind of cheating a little bit. Netflix has a speed, like you can change the speed on how you watch things.
Okay.
So I changed it to 1.25 speed, which is not super
Interesting.
obnoxious.
Yeah.
And
No,
I'm
no,
only
that's
watching
not
it
too
on my
overwhelming.
train commute to the office. So like
There you
I can
go.
get through a good amount of episodes.
Yeah.
I did get a Lego One Piece set. I got the Going Merry.
Oh, did you?
so I got-
That's the one
yeah,
you did. That's
yeah.
the one. Yeah. That's
I
and the
want that
live
one
action is
still,
great.
yeah.
We were talking
Yeah.
about that, right?
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. No,
And
I'm
I haven't-
with you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I haven't watched second season yet.
Yeah.
I've
Oh.
only watched the first season. I'm kind of going through the anime right now. I'm also
Yeah.
reading the manga concurrently,
Yeah.
which is fun.
I need to do that still. I haven't started the manga. I was like you, so again, I've been trying to get more, or not trying, but like I've been wanting to get more into anime, and like it was college that I really was like, okay, I'm getting more into this. And One Piece was always at the forefront of my mind, but I was just like you and like most other people, just like, oh, that's too much. But they announced the live action. I was like, hey, this is coming out. Now like let's just start it. And I started, and like you said, it was the best decision because like I would watch like 5 or 6 episodes a day, and I just blasted through like in a matter of like 2 or 3 months, like 400 episodes or something.
Yeah.
And it was just because it was just so fun. And I've slowed down like it. Then I was like maybe a year plus or so ago, and I'm around episode 953.
Okay, you're good 400 ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm like getting into the Wano arc, and I'm like, okay, I'm like 200, 300 away from like catching up. Like I've got Wano, and I'll finish it, and then Egghead afterwards. But like you said, it's just such a great storytelling, and I'm one of those, because it's not weird, because like you were saying, like you're watching it, but you're watching it sped up, because like there's one pace where you can watch it edited and cut up in more manageable chunk. But I was like, I want to watch it like everyone else watched it. I want to get those things, because there's certain things in the past people are like, oh, you should skip this, it's not good, that I've been like, oh, why would I ever skip this? Like that was actually one of my more favorite parts. But it's such, the storytelling, the characters, like you said, it has such heart, and what makes it so good. Yeah, I love it. And then they've got the new one coming out too, so
yeah, and yeah, they're gonna like redo it where they're more mindful of pacing, right?
Yeah, the pacing.
Oda-san really wants to like, which he's a phenomenal creator, and
yeah,
I don't know, from top to bottom, like the musical cues they use too, like it's almost like they program you to like, you know, hey, we did it.
He's gonna be mad.
Yeah, like it's so good. I for people on the fence, like it really is phenomenal, and it I don't know, as I get it. Like it was almost like, now that I'm up to 535, just oh my god, like this is so well written, well crafted, well earned. How can I get to this caliber like Oda-san does it? You know, it's phenomenal. It's inspirational. And so again, for people on the fence, like jump on it. Like the live action is great too. Like I think that it's I don't know. I love it. I almost see parallels with the live action. Like it's a team, it's a Western production company taking a beloved IP. Like Jared and I are taking a beloved IP and playing with it. And you see the passion and love, and like, I'm proud that Jared and I of what we've done, you know, and maybe that's also why I'm like enjoying One Piece right now.
No, right? and it's such a great, like you said, it's such a great comment, because I mean, you can literally tell, and again, Oda seems to have such a handle with the show in terms of like, you know, getting things approved or like through him and stuff, and like that passion that carries over from the anime, because the fact that like the One Piece live action is the one that kind of finally broke the curse of like live action anime adaptations being like bad generally. That most people are accepting like, wow, no, this is legit good. And season 2
the Yu Yu Hakusho one's pretty good actually.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of liked it. If you didn't like it, that's fine. But like I
haven't watched the, because I'll say I haven't watched either the anime or the live action. The anime's been on my list. I wasn't as aware of that the live action is actually pretty, so that's good to know. Yeah, the Yu Yu Hakusho anime, so I've learned something about myself as I gotten older. I kind of do, I don't know if anyone is like this, but like every 2 or 3 years I consume the same media. Like it's like this seasonal thing, right? So this is what happens. Every 2 years I'll replay Final Fantasy VII. My poor wife has seen me replay Final Fantasy VII like I think 4 rotations. Yeah.
I'll rewatch Yu Yu Hakusho from beginning to end, like every 2 years. Like it's just this weird like I don't know, I'm programmed. Like I don't know if anyone's like that. Like you'll replay something or you'll rewatch something just to like get grounded, I guess.
To re-experience and to because I don't generally, so I'm somebody who I find comfort in consuming new things.
Yeah.
But that goes without saying that there are certain things like I would reread Harry Potter like every other year or something, just again like to kind of go through the series. I have started doing that. My Hero Academia is one of my
it's great.
Top favorite animes, and I've watched it dubbed and subbed both multiple times. Or like Over the Garden Wall, we always watch around the fall. My wife and I, like we just
Patrick McHale, Over the Garden Wall. It's October. It's your October. Like
it's the October.
It's a fall. Like, yeah.
It's like the perfect. It's just like it's like cozy. Like I cozy up with like a cup of hot like cocoa, and it's like, oh man, this is great. Like I get to watch this, you know. So I know I totally understand that like. That familiarity and the comfortability of, you know, just like, and it's almost like a reminder in a way that like man, this is the stuff I love. And also, like, you know, working on Usagi and stuff, or working on creative things, it's like that's what I want to be a part of. Projects like that people find so enjoyable that like they put in hours into, or they, you know, reread, or, you know, whatever it is, that it's like, oh man, I got to do that for somebody else. Like that's such a cool thing. So
I hope I would like, that's like, I have this list of things that like weird goals that I want. Like I hope my content is like that for someone. Like that's on my list.
Awesome.
I have like, I want someone to write a Wikipedia page that I don't write about me. Like just selfish. These are like selfish, like I want an Eisner Award, right? Like these are like weird goals that Zach has for himself. Like that, you know, I hope I get, you know,
we hope
and it's
you
just,
get.
yeah, thank you. You know, and I love the comments coming in because it's amazing. Because like, yeah, I play Link to the Past. Like for me, it's more Ocarina of Time. And I was just telling a colleague that, so I have a lullaby I sing to each child each night. They each get their own song. What my 5-year-old doesn't know is I'm actually singing him Epona's song from Ocarina of Time. He thinks it's his lullaby. So like either I play Ocarina of Time with Simon and he like learns like I betrayed him, like dad didn't write this music, or he's like honored. Like I literally, you know, my 5-year-old is like peak chaotic. Like I have a little psychopath. So the thing that I've learned as a parent is that my job is to ensure my child does not stay a psychopath. Like, you know, it's all about shaping like a good human being. By default, they are narcissistic and psychotic, and I love them to death. But like, that is parenting. I mean, Dustin, right? And Jared can relate. Like, it's just like we need to make sure that we don't have permanent psychopaths in the world, and that's what raising a good child is. Yeah.
He's gonna one day play and get to Lon Lon Ranch and be like, "Why am I so sleepy?"
He's gonna be like a memento moment. Like his whole life just like plays backwards.
The clips,
and then you know, all the therapy I'll have to pay because I sung him a song that he thought. This is the neurotic thought. Sorry, you're getting a deep dive into my thought process.
This is what the favorite section is about: is getting to the core of you. So no, this is perfect.
Anyways, One Piece, great, you know, and I hope I've convinced but one person. I'm looking at you, Carl, to watch One Piece.
We both started watching it, and I was doing studies of it. I was doing like fight scene copies and sketchbooks of One Piece, but you're getting a lot further than I am faster.
Because I have my train commute. Like I'm just like in a packed sardine train, you know, watching One Piece and crying in public. And people are like, "Why are you crying?" And I'm like, "I'm watching an anime," like shamelessly, you know. Well,
I like if I really like a scene, I like to be able to pause and find it in the manga and then like do sketch studies.
Yeah,
that's really cool. Yeah.
So it's taken me a really long time to get through it. But I like One Piece also.
It's so good, yeah.
Yep. Leads into Jared's favorite thing, which is Kiki's delivery service.
Yeah, speaking of like rewatching things out of comfort, it's kind of funny that you guys were sort of talking about that a little bit. I went to the IMAX theater and caught the new you know, whatever ultra super duper 4K version 4K of the
ultra HD,
but it was in the IMAX, which was cool.
Yeah.
And I have seen the Ghibli films in theater an embarrassing amount of times. I go every time. They do like Ghibli
Fest
every year, and I go every time. Like I always make time to go because I just love watching them in the theater. But especially because I think my two, probably the ones that mean the most to me, even though I don't know that I would say they're like the most dynamic or like, you know, blockbuster, whatever, but like it just really makes me think of like my childhood and the animation that like I was watching and inspired by. But Kiki's Delivery Service and Porco Rosso.
Yep.
I go to every single time with that. Like I always try to make it happen somehow. If I see them in the theater, I always try to go and they're my all-time favorites. And I've been it's kind of embarrassing. I've been learning how to read sheet music, and so I've been learning all of the Ghibli film songs on the classical guitar. And I learned the Kiki song and the Porco Rosso song, Bygone Days and Porco Rosso. That's how deep I am in that.
No, it was awesome. Like Dustin said, it was super cool to
such-
see you post that. You
Yes.
know, again, it's it's all creative, and like you said, that you are so passionate and love them so much that you learn the music for them, and it's so cool because like everybody who watches Ghibli films has their Ghibli movie that's like either their first or their favorite, and I'm the same way because I go back to watch Spirited Away every year. And
Yeah,
it's like,
Spirited Away is mine.
I rewatch
Yeah.
I rewatch all of them pretty much. At least
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
no,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm constantly rewatching them.
pretty
Yeah.
much.
My son likes Ponyo a lot, so
Yeah, my kids
Ponyo-
they really
it's really cute. Yeah,
it's
because I would
grown
say
on
that-
me.
Yeah, it's same. Like similar with Kiki, especially with Porco Rosso. Porco Rosso is one that really grew on me that I wasn't like.
Carl, sorry.
I was like, oh, it's great, and then I was like, oh my gosh, like no, this is great. Like the more I watched it, so it's they're all just such a blast to watch.
the
Yeah, you'll see-
stylization of sorry,
Yeah,
but
go on,
the
Jared.
Porco and Castle in the Sky, and like the way the characters were
Yes.
drawn in that era,
Yeah.
and the like unabashedly silly, which they're not afraid to do later on either, but like how in Totoro and in those they are just like a little bit more cartoony, and I really enjoy that. The big mouths, the big big laughter.
Yeah, I mean, even the Lupin the Third, Castle of Cagliostro,
Yeah,
is like wonderfully cartoony in how Lupin
I
should be
rewatched that one once
pushed,
a year,
right?
too.
And Lapita in the Sky, I also like. I just there. I mean, I watch all of them like you do, Jared. Right? We talk about it
Yeah.
endlessly. For me, though, it's Tyler. It's Spirited Away, right?
Yeah.
I was the right age when I saw that movie, like very much akin to Sen in that movie, and it's about growing up, right? If you think about that journey, and it's transitional. It's like you're almost like reliving your young adulthood by watching that movie.
No, 100%. And I was so surprised because like out of all the people, it was my father who introduced me, who is a doctor and like knew really nothing about like animation and stuff growing up. Like came home from Blockbuster and was just like, hey, there was this movie, they said it's really good, and like put it on, and it was just like I was just floored to the point where like the next year, like, because of course I then watched all the ones that were available, and like for Christmas, like the next year I asked my dad to buy me a massive Totoro plush from Japan, and he was like, this is what you want for Christmas? And I was like, yes, I want a massive Totoro plush. I'm in high school and I want a Totoro plush from
Did
Japan.
he travel on the plane?
You're the one
was
who
that
did it.
checked or carry on? Like, I really hope
Oh,
carry on, like on the seat.
I honestly,
Like-
like wherever it was shipped from, like I'm honestly impressed that like he found some place and like bought it and like had it, and I still have it like to this day. Like some of the whiskers came out. story tells. It was great because I actually had Maxie do a card, and I was like, "Hey, draw whatever you want," and I was wearing a Spirited Away shirt, so we drew no face, and I was like, "Okay, well, that's going to be my next commission." Is that?
Yeah, look at this.
Watching.
So for me, yeah, that was shit till like
It was a state. Jared,
I was wondering.
This is not
like.
it probably
I was
looks
like,
tiny.
I was looking at the brushes, and I'm like, no, he can't. No,
One
No.
hair.
This is 12 by 18, so this is not too
Holy cow.
tiny. It's pretty big. So I got tired of buying. I would buy these books in bulk, and then I'd run out, and then they would inevitably be out when I would go to get new ones. And so I figured out I could buy the paper in bulk, and so that's what I do. And they're it comes in 18 by 24, and then I cut it down. So I just have.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I remember you discussing that the last time. Yeah, getting that size.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's why they're 12 by 18, and I like that size. It's
Yeah.
kind of like there's enough room I could like write a grocery list or do a bunch of practice on one end and not the other, and then scrap it if I don't need it for anything. It's like I kind of like the size.
Here, before everybody starts signing off, we do have a section called the plug, where we just want to some of the stuff that you guys got coming up. So this is a
thank
segment.
you for jumping. Yeah.
So Jared and Zach, with representing Artist Bullpen, will be at Heroes in June. So everybody stop by and say hey. We have more information about commissions. Make sure we've got Zach's information for Artist Bullpen later on. So make sure and follow Zach and Artist Bullpen on all the social medias that we're about to talk about here in just a second. San Diego Comic-Con, check out Jared and Zach there as well in July. Cody, Book 2, A Place to Call Home, will premiere at SPX, Small Press Expo in September. So these books these are available for pre-order now, so make sure and go ahead and support Jared and support this book.
I
Tyler,
was gonna say grab Cody. Cody was fantastic.
Yes.
I grabbed it from him at Heroes and read it on the plane back. It was in tears. How good it was. It's just such a beautiful story, and the art as well. And it's do yourselves a favor, pick this up, read it. I can't wait for Cody too. So
Thanks, guys.
here's a QR code. If you scan this with your phone or any other device, it'll lead you right to the Artist Bullpen website. Make sure and support Zach, and not just Jared, but all the artists there at Artist Bullpen. They've got a great roster of artists there. So make sure and give them as much support as you can.
When I was going to say this actually, so this goes to the link tree. So this goes to the link tree, and then that provides access to their website.
Yeah, like our website, our newsletter, Instagram.
Hopefully,
I appreciate
give
it,
access
guys.
to everything. So Linktree, I love Linktree. It makes it so much easier rather than just like one. Like you get all of it. So
yeah,
I was going to say I meant to. And there it is. If anybody wants to copy and paste it too, you've got options. We try to make it as easy as possible.
Pause the screen right now. Take a snippet of it and save it for later. So, same thing with Jared's information here. Is this his link tree as well? Yep.
It says his link tree as well. So, again, and I put all the icons, like where you can find them: YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, Twitter, and again their handle, Jared Cullum. Again, you look that up, you'll find them. But the link tree should take you everywhere. So,
and last but not least, if you've enjoyed seeing what Jared has done here tonight, painting wise, make sure and sign up for one of his classes that he does. Can't not recommend them enough. Just because if you see what he does and want to learn just a little inkling of what it is, make sure and follow him and sign up for one of these watercolor or ganache classes. Did I say that? I said that word wrong.
Gouache, it doesn't matter.
Gosh, I put an N in it. Sound like a dessert the way I said it. But yeah.
It's just opaque and transparent watercolor. Gouache is opaque.
Almost made it.
And transparent, or watercolor is transparent.
All right. And
thank you guys so much, by the way.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you too. Yeah, like you have been more than generous with your time again, Jared, and you as well, Zach, for your first time. So we get so much enjoyment out of these, just getting to talk with people like yourself. So
I'm glad we broke the record. Like that's like on my list of like Eisner Award, Wikipedia page.
Yeah,
good buddy.
And
here's the guys, by the way.
Okay.
You want to?
Yeah. Yeah, blow that up. I was trying to blow that. There we go. Oh my gosh.
It's just God. It's such a. Oh man.
I'm taking a screenshot. I'm like doing the snipping tool now. There we go. Yeah, I'm sending this to my wife right now. So.
Thank you so much, Jared. Not only for doing the Usagi piece, but I mean, just again, we don't ask for anything like that. So when people are generous to draw us or do things like that, like it's just too freaking cool.
I always love drawing, man. I always like.
Yeah, thank you, Zach, for suggesting it too.
I'm shameless. Like, so like, Jared's used to it. Like, we'll be at a show and I'll be like, "Hey, can you just draw those for someone?" You know, like, and he's very good about it.
Oh yeah.
I should go to bed though.
I was saying,
no problems.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute joy. Looking forward to next time.
Oh wow, we made it
yes.
4 hours. Sorry, I'm realizing.
No, we broke the record.
Jared's like, oh, it's been 4 hours. You know, like,
I know. I'm about to get started on painting too. I've got.
Wow.
Jared.
Oh my gosh.
God.
It's easier to work overnight because the kids are asleep.
Yeah.
And the dog, the poor dog, she's in her bed now. She's fine. She just wanted some water and to go to bed.
Understandable.
Well, all right, gentlemen, I'm gonna hop off.
Yes, sir.
But an absolute joy. I'm certain we'll be talking more soon. And thanks anyone who's still online for joining. Like this was.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Thank you all so much. Those who are still awake and. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Zach, we should probably put a point in it. We're probably not going to meet. we
had plans to meet tonight. Yeah.
Story meeting
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Catch up after the podcast.
We've ruined it.
Yeah. No.
Ideas.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we'll talk tomorrow. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Zach.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you guys so much. And consider the soul patch.
I know. Yeah, I'll have to get everything shaped for next time.
Next time.
Right. Thank you guys so much. Take care.
Thank you, Jared. Really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. For anybody that's sticking with us, we're just going to tell you what's coming up on the upcoming weeks and months for Good Buddy Comics and Good Buddy Chat. Real quick. Oh, you can take over.
I was going to say, so we got Derek Loffman making his grand appearance again, back yet again on Good Buddy this time now instead of Scotty Talk, April 1st, the lead up to issue number 50 with issue 49. After that, we've got Jamie Jones and Matt Sardo, April 22nd. Welcoming back Jamie and then as well as our new buddy Matt to discuss a whole bunch of fun stuff.
Jamie's going to be coming for the record, I have a feeling. So we got to.
Oh yeah, I was going to say he was already kind of going for it. So and then Derek back again twice, April 29th, twice in 1 month for issue 50, celebrating 50 issues of I Hate Fairyland, the big celebration that everything has been building up to. So. Super looking forward to having him on for both of those shows. Jonathan Wayshak, Cul-de-sac, Nectar, variant covers, tons of great stuff. He'll be on May 27th. Looking forward to that to discuss his artwork and everything that he's worked on. And then last but not least, Koi Pham with his partner, Matt Yoakum, to discuss his artwork, his career. Again, similar to what we did with Jared and Zach tonight, we do the same with each of our guests, make them feel like good buddies as best we can. Here's 2026 potential fan meetup. Again, this is still being discussed. Hopefully we'll meet up, or we will meet up. Whether or not it'll be at B-Dubs or someplace else, we still have to decide. But hopefully we'll see the same faces, some new faces, get to talk and chat with everybody. If you want to be on Good Buddy Chat, the show, if you want to talk with us for less than 4 hours or talk with us 4 hours, message either myself or Dustin, and we'll do our best to make it happen. Anything, let's say you want to get in. I was breezing through, so.
No, you're good. I'm surprised my wife or the dogs haven't come running down the stairs. So I was like, speed talker, go.
Yeah,
okay.
No, 100%.
No, thank you all for tuning in and for watching it. And we appreciate because for the most part, people stuck with us the whole 4 hours. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's only, there's still, almost half the people that we had at the max point. So again, as we tell people, like we we do our best to let our guests know and our, everybody else know, like, hey, we'll go as long as you want. You don't have to go that long, but sometimes, things just work out, and our guests are incredibly gracious and kind with their time. So, again, to Jared and Zach, we can't thank them enough for coming onto the show. It was so good to talk with Jared again, as well as talk with Zach and discuss Usagi and to see the artwork. Also can't thank them and their editor enough for giving us the exclusive with that page 1 for issue 2. That was such a cool surprise right before the show. So getting to show that was really awesome, especially that original artwork itself. But again, thank you for everybody who's stuck on for this long. We'll be back next week. We've got Derek coming on again to discuss issue 49 of I Hate Fairyland. So that is always a great time. We're looking forward to having our OG good buddy back on. But until then, until next time, 10-4 good buddies, our new sign off with the show, and we'll catch y'all later.